slavery battle is going to be with artificial people. That is going to be the next slavery. Eventually, they are going to be able to create automatons that are robots, and that's going to be the next thing. Elon Musk or somebody else is going to be able to create a robot helper, an automaton, that eventually gets more and more more and more like a person. And with AI, they're going to be able to mimic that better and better.
Base Templar saying we need slavery back. The next thing is,
well, does this robot have rights? Can I marry my robot companion?
This has been one of his best streams ever. There's been so many amazing moments in this.
Am I able to marry my robot companion? How dare you tell me? How dare you tell me that I can't marry my robot companion? And this is what you're going to see. By the way, if you want to know the evolution of things, all the people online in their different sectors, they're going to be on board with, the robots. Because, for example, the Lolicon army, like Chibi Reviews and all them.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to custom order their ideal mate in these robot dolls.
Templar's going to get his ideal mate, Thick Ray.
And have fully capable of being a human. But then they look like they're 14. They're gonna. I'm telling you, call me crazy if you want. That is going to be the next fight. I'm telling you.
Sector mentioned. Oh, you must not have been keeping up with this art. I managed to almost fully induct Templar into the sector.
Waifu war within the next 10 years. They say, well, is it ethical to sell these robots
this is what I'm saying, you guys,
AI generated?
You're sleeping on Templar. Diamond Dog's got to be in his chat every time he's live and messing with him, because it's just random moments of gold. I just turned this on, and then here we go.
If you had asked me that question 5 years ago, I might have said yes, but my answer is absolutely fucking not. No. If you asked me that 5 years ago, I may have said yes, but today my answer is no.
No, he's giving up on Thick Ray.
Is old news.
Black people be allowed to vote? I'd love you to answer those questions.
So before we go any...
I mean, what? He's trying to bring up, these things happen in the past that are bad?
They weren't bad.
So therefore...
Come on, Templar.
We should... oh my gosh. This guy is so terrible at what he does. It's crazy.
Further, I have to point out some critical context here when it comes to Brian Shapiro, who is the spokesperson for feminism today. This is a man who's recently been exposed sliding into women's DMs, saying things that I genuinely cannot repeat on this channel. Check the second channel for the full breakdown. He's also running defense for the man who shoved Savannah Hernandez to the ground from behind on camera, assaulted her. He had him on his show.
And then at that moment, when you pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family.
And abused Savannah in messages.
I might even get to Andrew Wilson. There's so much here just from this stream.
He's a freak. This guy is somebody that encourages and endorses violence.
I have such a great burning desire to A-log Andrew
Wilson. This guy is an absolute animal. What a piece of shit. What a disgusting pile of garbage.
Saying that she was faking her injuries. This is the male feminist, guys, and I would not expect any more. But to the debate, I mean, what Brian just did was completely make Rachel Wilson's argument for her, then just starts attacking her personally, desperately trying to go viral, insulting her, talking about baby daddies. But in doing so, he's citing studies proving that broken homes will be terrible for children, which is Rachel's point. But here's what's really worth noting on this one. The term baby daddy that he uses so freely actually didn't just emerge in a vacuum. It came specifically out of welfare-dependent communities where government policy actively incentivized fathers out of the home for generations. The fatherlessness statistics are terrible. I mean, Brian just touched on some of them. So whilst it is distasteful to say these insulting things about Rachel, I'd say the worst thing is just the blatant racism on display here. Brian is relentlessly attacking people here who are from single-parent households, and the African-American community just dominates this per capita, so really disappointing to see this level of racism on display. So moving on now, but I want to introduce a game to the audience really quickly. And we're going to play this game throughout the video. You guys may have heard of the game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, where any actor on Earth can be connected somehow to Kevin Bacon just by 6 degrees of separation. Well, today the game that we're going to be playing is called 6 Degrees of Orange Man Bad. We're going to be tracking exactly how many logical steps it takes for Brian to connect any problem in the world to Donald Trump. Keep that in mind because round 1 is coming. But before we get to the next clip, guys, I need to introduce you to the sponsor of today's video and let you know that for those of you who care about health freedom, Black Forest Supplements just dropped something interesting. But first, big news. Amid pressure from NPA, the FDA declares NMN after pressure from the Natural Products Association. The FDA reversed course, keeping NMN legal and available without prescription. And at the same time,
in daycare. So we have very small families, we have lower birth rates, and we have unhappier women who are now trapped in a different set of bad circumstances with abusive, cohabitating partners instead of a husband who loves them and takes.
He's a male feminist.
Yeah, get him, Templar.
He's a ginger.
He's a Jew.
He
Come on,
looks
say it.
emaciated. He's a twink. He's probably gay. Like Miskiff, he probably likes it up the butt.
Scare of them. We're trapped in this two-income trap. We have women who are trying to juggle everything and balance everything and are struggling to do that, and they're reporting higher levels of anxiety and depression.
Tell me when that starts.
I'm not here to condemn women. Brian's here to condemn me personally, apparently, which is the actual ad hom argument. If he had an actual argument rather than just pointing at me, that would be fine.
You are the argument.
But if all he's here to do is say, well, that you got divorced because you were in an abusive marriage,
basically break every rule as a Christian woman, even by standing on the stage, Rachel Wilson.
That you should be able to get out of abusive marriages.
So it does matter, actually.
You were actually able to get out of abusive marriages prior to no fault. No fault means you don't need a reason, and the other party does not have to agree. And that's where I think that we went wrong.
Well, first of all, for somebody that wants to stay home, you're certainly out a lot debating people, so I really don't understand that argument.
Oh, yeah.
So are you aware of it? Well, let me address that, since this is the back and forth. This is the back and forth.
I know, but that was like 10 seconds.
But you already got it wrong. So my children are...
You got everything wrong.
My children are grown. No, I got everything right.
I know they're grown.
They're grown up and out of the house.
Can I just finish?
So I've never said that women can't leave the house when their kids have grown up and left and that they can't
Do you believe women should be allowed to vote?
Do you think women are chained to the kitchen?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think women should be allowed to vote?
I don't think you should be allowed to vote.
I think it would be better if women and many other groups didn't vote.
I'll answer. No.
Yeah, tell us, Templar.
No. Women should not be allowed to vote. Repeal the 19th. The only exception should be for the military. If you are a woman in the military, you can vote.
I would categorize women as one of the groups that should not.
Is there any other demo that shouldn't be allowed to vote, or is it just
Yeah,
women?
I think there's a lot of different ways that you could limit suffrage that would make everything a lot more fair and a lot more efficient. I think that if you're taking more from the system than you get, so that would be a great way to limit suffrage. You'd have to be a net zero taxpayer. You can't be taking more than you're getting. So if you're getting more in SNAP benefits and welfare,
so voting should be based on how much you pay in taxes, or if you pay taxes?
It should be based on whether you are
that's a Jewish philosophy
or not. If you're taking more than you're contributing, no, you shouldn't be having a voice in government. You should also have to take a civics test, proving that you have some rudimentary understanding of how our government works.
Your value to a government that is based on an actual nation should not be a productive output.
So you don't think that women should be allowed to vote? You don't think women should be allowed to vote?
Very existence, which is why it should be by family unit. If you are producing new members of the nation, you are of value to that nation. And in a stable environment. That's why it should be by family unit.
I think divorced women should not be allowed to vote. I agree with that 100%. Vote should be by family unit. I agree with that too. I agree with both those. I think that there's nothing wrong with that. Divorced women should not be able to vote. I think that's fair. Also, women that have never been married shouldn't be able to vote. Like if you never get married because
and the reason why I say it should be by family unit because it means single men can't vote either.
Or you did get married and guys are like, you know what? You're a total hog. You gained a bunch of weight. You're fat. You're annoying. You're crass. You're rude. We're divorcing. You also shouldn't be allowed to vote. Over under.
No, he doesn't want me to explain. I will anyway.
I find it interesting that you want to take away one of the most fundamental rights of a woman, which is being able to vote. By the way, women are, as I think you're aware, bringing children into this world.
Not enough.
Well, yeah. Why? Why is that? What's the number one reason why women aren't bringing children in?
Do you want to know like the actual correlate?
No, I want to know the polls of the last 2 years, and women have asked, because I have the studies right in front of me right here. What is the number one reason, Rachel, why women aren't bringing kids into this world in the last 2 years? Do you know the reason for that?
I can tell you what the actual data says. The data says that the number one correlate to declining birth rates around the world in every culture, regardless of income or religion, is women's access to higher education and pushing them into the world.
So according to the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, which have been polled for the last 2 years. They've done it 8 times. The Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, I'll take their word over yours. They say the number one reason why women don't want to bring children into the world is something called the economy, Rachel.
If Brian had stuck with his initial point.
Absolute bullshit. It's retard. You absolute Dunning-Kruger retard. It's not the economy, because then you would have to take into account and factor why the immigrants from the poorest countries with the worst economy are reproducing. They are outbreeding the white people. Why are people from other cultures that come here, why are they outbreeding when they are
so there is definitely an
us?
Economic aspect, but there is also like a cultural and spiritual one. It is not
the economy, stupid.
It's partially the economy.
It's not the economy.
And it's not like just amount of income. Like you need different segmented on-ramps onto the economy. Like right now, if you're a boomer, you have all these high positions and stuff, but if you're young, you can't get into entry-level jobs.
If you believe...
Which then prevents you from getting a house.
The primary reason...
Yeah, miserable people don't breed. Exactly. That's the better way to put it.
The economy.
And the economy can be part of that, but it's one part. And the specific aspects of the economy.
Now let's talk a little bit about the economy real quick. Hold on. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk a little bit about that, Rachel.
Okay.
Let's go back to like this stuff.
Redistrict? No. Okay, this didn't go our way. Get belligerent. The conversation when it comes to sanity.
Represent the population there and was in violation of the voting rights.
Word in my chat.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's the story here. Pretty simple. Basically, we had some Diamond Dogs in the chat the other day, as we usually do, in his chat. And they were doing some fraternal end towers of solidarity. And Dixon got banned for an end tower. And it's like, what the fuck, man? You can't ban Dixon for an end tower. A fraternal end tower of solidarity. And so I just said he got banned. And it sounds like this guy's got to, like, you know, he's still got some lessons to learn a little bit. So he comes in here and says, sorry, guys, you can't say the N-word in my YouTube chat. That was the second time he's done this. So much for the tolerant left. So then he addresses it today.
Redistricting.
I only want Mexicans to vote? No. Because they wouldn't be citizens. So they wouldn't be eligible from jump.
Total Republican redistricting.
At least Mexicans who haven't been here for at least 3 generations.
3. Okay, what I will say is I had to ban somebody from chat on YouTube, unfortunately.
Dixon, shout out.
I made it abundantly clear. I laid it out. Do not spam the N-word in my chat.
So he's gonna explicate like a pretty I think sympathetic position here, which is that the only reason he doesn't allow it is because he's afraid of getting banned and he just had issues. Okay, I'd say I don't really think you have to worry about the chat, at least just for end towers because they're individual letters. That being said, the reason this is funny, immediately after he gives this speech, he goes on like one of the most purest, deranged sector rants, calling black people nappy-headed animals. And it's like, bro, if you felt okay doing that and not worried about your channel getting flagged, surely people can type letters in. But it's crazy. Ever since we inducted Templar in the sector, he's only getting W's. He's only getting W's. Like, even something like this that seems like an L turned into a W.
I don't know how many more ways I can say that. I banned this guy twice now because he's done it nearly every day, which is no impulse control. If your impulse control is that low,
2 seconds,
that you can't follow that basic of a rule, oh, then I'm sorry, you got to go. Now, I banned him for 30 minutes. Hopefully he figures his stuff out and comes back and, you know, is able to follow that very, very, very low threshold, but who knows? SPLC funded. You know, I haven't gotten my check. You know, we
So I would say that about the impulse control, if anything, the N Tower requires more impulse control. Because you have to like work together with other people. You have to make the choice to type the letters, you know?
Yeah, I kind of wish, you know, they'd come to me and be like, hey, let's give you a check. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
You already said
we pretty low threshold, but I don't know how many more ways I can say that. I banned this guy twice now because he's done it nearly every day, which is no impulse control.
I think you might
If your
address it
impulse
again.
control is that low, they come to me and be like,
Okay, so
Hey,
this is
we're-
when he got banned again, I think, and then...
I did. I asked Josh if he would be willing.
Oh, no, okay.
In North Ireland, arrested after 30 minutes. Hopefully he figures his stuff out and comes back and, you know.
Oh, no, it's
is,
further back. He talks about it
able
multiple
to follow
times.
that
There's one particularly funny rant he goes
very
on.
low threshold.
Yeah, it's back here, sorry. Yeah, okay, here we go.
And so, what I would ask...
Here we go, we got a good shout out. Thank you, Templar, for shouting me out.
Okay. I'm not going to take...
Yeah, the one I just played, that was when Dixon got banned again. Sorry, right now. This is an earlier point where he's referring to him having to ban him before.
Very, very quickly. Okay, I'm not going to take too much time on this.
Not going to take too much time.
I'm not
Refers
even
to
gonna
it
make this a video.
4 times in this stream.
So, guys, you may have noticed, but there are some people that like to come and hang out in the chat, and they like to have some fun. They talk about something called the sector, and I think that's fine. You know, people want to
Look,
come
he
in my
likes
chat
it.
and have
Keep
fun,
going, guys.
mess around. I don't care. Here's
Doesn't care.
the thing, and I want to make this perfectly clear. There are rules on YouTube that you have to follow. It's not rules that I put in place. It's rules that YouTube put in place. You cannot, one thing you cannot do, you cannot come into my chat and start spamming the N-word. If you come into my chat and start
spamming the N-word. You hear that, everybody? You cannot go into his chat and start spamming the N-word, okay? Okay?
N-word, I will ban you. Now, I don't do that because I particularly care or that it offends me greatly. But the reality is that
like, this guy is so close. Like, you're going to hear it in this rant he gives. You can tell that, like, the fakeness, the armor that I keep talking about, it's restraint. And this guy's already not very restrained. Like, he goes off. But there's so much more under there that could come out that would be even funnier, that would be even more perfect for the sector.
That's not the type of thing that I can even afford to risk. I just got done getting demonetized for inauthentic content. And so, what I would ask, if you want to come and you want to haze me and you want to mess around, fine. I would ask, do not
look at
do anything
Ichtoven's a true Templar head. He's watching Templar instead of this. I don't blame him.
That would put my channel at risk. Do not do anything that would put my channel and monetization at risk. I wouldn't do that to you, so I expect you at the bare minimum not to do that to me. We don't like the quartering, flagging people, or trying to get channels taken down. Well, guess how that happens?
Templar, I get it. No one's trying to get you banned. That is not the goal at all. And typing individual letters in chat is not what gets you banned. That's why the N Tower exists. Is as a way to type the N-word without anyone getting banned. And again, this is just made so much more funny by what is going to happen in literally 5 minutes after this.
Guess how that happens? Because you have no self-control and you come into my chat because you think it's funny, you start spamming the N-word. Not going to happen. I will ban you every time. I literally just got remonetized. I went through YouTube's system and it was hell.
He went through hell, the harrowing of YouTube hell, Tactica Temptar.
Do not do that. If you want to come in here and give me grief or, you know, make jokes about whatever the sector is and LARP that I'm part of it, you can do that.
Bro, it ain't a LARP at this point, man. You are doing direct responses to post. This isn't even a video. This isn't even like he saw a video pop up that was like, Tactical Templar gets raped at the burning stake or anything like that. He had to go look for this. He has to be subscribed to see this. To see this random post with 10 likes. Right? You're in it, buddy. This is like if I brought up posts from Shaggy. I think Shaggy gets more likes than me sometimes. And was commenting on it. Like, you are in the sector.
But it's not going to be a thing where you come in and you put my channel at risk and I'm going to tolerate that. No.
Okay, keep that in mind.
Anyway.
Keep that in mind. Typing individual letters in his chat is putting his channel at risk. Now let's hear something that apparently he doesn't think is going to put his channel at risk. Because I'm sympathetic. There's things that I want to say that I don't on YouTube because I might get banned. I try to find creative ways to say it, like around think outside the box. But
now that I've addressed that, now that we've gotten that out of the way, now we're gonna Now we're going to move on to the important issue of the day, the winning. Guys.
So he's talking about the VRA, and honestly, I could do a whole stream about the VRA. There's so much history behind it and the law about how it's been slowly picked apart in a good way, in my opinion. Is actually really complicated, but it's interesting. So I'll just be real. I don't think Templar's going to really talk about this in any other way than just, oh, it's a win, whatever. But who cares? That's not the important part here.
Winning stadiums. So it states that there are enclaves, but the Supreme Court came in today and said the institutional plans left here is this absolute dog shit of a put black people together so they can vote in a block because because Democrats, one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, Jim Crow and Wakanda forever my ass on the right. So
it gets way better. Just
what
wait.
we're looking at is total and complete victory.
They win.
It's when there's like rioting or something inside the court.
Get power again.
Again, remember, typing individual letters in his chat, putting his channel at risk. But this is just, commentary. And this is base. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't do this. I'm saying we need more of this, Templar. We need way more of this. You got it in you, man.
These people are violent.
Here we go.
Whether you like it or not. You can never let Democrats have power again. If Democrats in their current form get power again, it would be absolute chaos. It would be pandemonium.
We say, oh, he's just talking about Democrats. So just keep listening.
These people are violent. They believe that it's their God-given right to kill people like Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump. They're violent. They're insane. They're immoral. They're unhinged. And their ideology and they themselves need to be crushed. You need to put a lot of these people in mental institutions and insane asylums, and then
we should get a clip of
the people that are making these threats online and making these radical statements, like on Blue Sky. Put them in jail. Get them out.
Then non-black voters sued and said, "This is now violating our rights."
He's going to very quickly shift from Democrats to black
rights
people
on the dissent. But here's to create an additional race in creating very that have been Louisiana. So we'll keep digging through this. But as we cross the country, challenges the district's particular
He's fapping. The thick Ray. That was a little weird.
Democrats, and over again, black majority districts. Why would Republicans ever do that? That is retarded. If SCOTUS ends up, could flip red. Amazing. Guys, total and complete victory.
Saying, I need to be able to counsel clients for whatever services they're seeking. So the court looked at this. They said, for this country, it goes on based on at bottom that Colorado likely cannot legislate to protect the children.
Democrats are absolutely in panic mode.
Somebody who's providing.
There's a clip here. I'm looking for a specific moment where we start talking about people being nappy-headed.
For this ruling. Carolina, that is.
People take advantage.
Absolutely beautiful.
Here we go.
District, two congressional members never do that. Oh, and by the way, just to prove that this is the right choice, let's watch how these animals respond to this.
Yeah, and look
do you
who's on
think
the
it's
screen.
with any sort of intelligence or grace or dignity? Absolutely not. It's by acting like a chimpanzee at the zoo.
Guys, typing individual letters in the chat, putting his channel at risk. Calling sitting Congress people chimpanzees and animals, which is base, by the way. Go off, Templar. Whatever.
As loud and obnoxious as possible. You think that's going to win people over to your side? It's like, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Instead of acting with some sort of dignity and grace, you grab a bullhorn and you just sort of reinforce why this was the right decision.
Our democracy! This is a violation of the Constitution! It is! It's a violation of the Constitution! I'm out of order!
Go off,
Representative Persons Mullica has waived
Oh,
closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted?
God. We don't have to live like this. What? We don't have to live like this.
TND.
Why on earth?
Why?
Let me just pose something here. Why on earth is that woman not tackled immediately, taken to the ground, handcuffed, and dragged out of the building by her hair?
In chains.
You think that you can act like an absolute animal? That you can just grab a megaphone and be a nuisance and a piece of shit? Why? Why is that the acceptable behavior? And by the way, I don't care what race you are. Oh, you said monkey at the zoo. Yeah, if it was a white person, I would have said the same damn thing.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. The reality is, you have these people that are acting like animals. Third worldism. It's crazy.
Okay,
if
but
this
who lives in the third world so far? He's trying to pull it back, but he just can't. The true Templars coming out of the night armor, the fake armor.
Absolute fucking retard grabs a megaphone and becomes a nuisance, security should tackle that bitch and drag her out by her nappy ass hair.
Nappy ass hair.
This is. We are not living in a civil society. We are not living in a civil society. You should be able to have decorum.
Okay, so come on, Templar. Do you see what I mean? Because I catch you read everything I do because you saw the random YouTube post. You see what I mean? Look, no one's trying to get you banned. Really, no one is trying to get you flagged. The whole point of the N Towers, it's a way to type the N-word without anyone getting banned. That is not what is threatening your channel, if anything. This rant right here might be. But you just shouldn't give a fuck. I mean, this was based.
If you don't get the result that you want, sucks. Work harder to get the result. The election didn't go your way. We're going to burn down this country. We're going to burn down a Tesla dealership. We're going to burn it down. No. You say, you know
Apparently
what?
there's another point in here where he starts talking about
walking around is embarrassing. People want to deport you faster than this is what will make people want.
Wave clerk will unlock the
He plays
machine
it
and
again.
the members will proceed to vote.
And that this is crazy.
Okay, so again, this was literally just like an hour ago. This is what I mean. You got to watch this guy and be in here in the chat because some crazy shit's happening every day. So here in a second, he drops a massive nuke that, well, of course it was canceled. Let me guess, quartering ran. Fuck him so much. It's like, dude, can we have nothing? Can we get nothing from quartering? Can we not get any resistance, anything? I mean, he's a piece of shit. I don't like him, but I'd like to see some kind of content, some kind of arc. Anyway, so he decides to just drop the giant nuke here at Templar that he reached out to Josh and Chibi and offered to host an IBS debate. And he called it IBS. And he also talks about the sector here, about how he's not in the sector, and then basically explicates almost a picture-perfect sector thesis. It's crazy.
That sort of behavior is can ever tolerate.
Special
when you have a situation like this, you can either act with some grace and some dignity, go hog wild. You can just go crazy. Not only was this the right decision,
Again, he says more base racist shit.
let me convince you all, and I were to try to convince you guys that I was right. Argument, screaming at you.
He says he wants to get Quartering's deleted tweets, and I mean, he can get them right now. They're archived all over the place. Flash ran? Fuck that faggot. Are you kidding me? I always got a bad feeling. Not like a bad, like there's a creep or anything, but I don't know. He just seems shifty.
In the way that you would expect to see an animal try to attack you with the top of my
We got
logical
another rant here.
argument.
Before we get to him talking about the debate. There's just so much. There's so much.
I were to start shouting at you at the top of my lungs. And
You
I were to
already
start
do that. Okay, but Templar, you do that on stream all the time.
screaming at you. in the way that you would expect to see an animal try to attack you at the zoo, do you guys think that you would be receptive to what I'm saying? Would you guys be like, well, you know, Templar has a good point? No, you'd be like, what the hell? This guy's chimping out? What the hell? What is wrong with this guy? This guy's mentally ill. And you know what? You would be right. I'm saying, if you leftists, this goes for all of you.
Leftists.
If you want to win people over to your side, if you
don't let black people speak for you, dude, say that. That's honestly bait. Like, that's actually good advice to leftists. Like, look, guys, leftists, if you want to win, stop letting black people be your spokespeople unless they're like super charismatic.
To start agreeing with you, you gotta do something about your most radical, crazy element.
Which is what?
No more standing in the middle of the street. No more political assassinations. No more. We didn't get our way, so we're going to burn down the town.
I mean, here's the thing, Templar. From guys on the right, I agree with you. We should tell them to do that. But if I'm going to be intellectually honest here, they've only been rewarded by radicalizing. They've only been rewarded by being violent. They've only been rewarded by all this stuff. And part of it is because they have massive NGO and institutional protection so that they don't suffer consequences. But the other reason they've been rewarded is because, and this is, you know, we're getting into, how do I say this without breaking TOS? There has not been a reaction. I'll just, you know, whatever that could mean.
Test the dealership and shouting and screaming and gnashing of teeth. No. Okay, this didn't go our way. This isn't what we wanted. How are we going to go forward and tell the American people? Because it's not a fait accompli that these districts are all going to change. It's not a fait accompli that they're all going to turn red. It's likely, but the only reason it's likely is because the candidate that you put up against the Republicans is going to be so shockingly terrible. If you put a better candidate up...
It's usually the other way. It's usually the Republicans who put in some Mbudu Gabogli or something in fucking Ohio. And meanwhile, it'll be like Democrat, the most far-left communist ever, but because he's just like a normal-looking white guy, he wins.
With better ideas to help the American people.
His streams are boring now. Dude, they're not, though. I mean, they are. I don't know. You kind of came in at a bad time. I'm kind of covering the old stuff because there's a couple good moments here.
People,
I'm calling for the Wilson debate. Yeah.
They will vote for you. Or you can just chimp out. Lose your mind. Get belligerent, get angry, get violent, act like an absolute detritus piece of shit, and then no one's going to vote for you. Nobody wants anything to do with you. You're just immediately taken out of the conversation when it comes to sanity and logic and reason.
Oh, actually, you know what? I need to be more fair to you, Michael Cobson, because the way I do it is there's a whole bunch of people who do listen to his streams and then they tell me when interesting things happen. So I already kind of have it shifted a little bit. If I was actually sitting through everything, I'd probably feel the same way you do. Also, I just kind of get lucky sometimes. Like, I just happened to click on this one after my guy told me that he mentioned Dixon. and he started going off on black people, and then he mentioned this Josh debate. So, yeah, I think you're right. I'm just lucky.
Now, as offended as some people may be by what I said, you know what I'm saying is correct. You know it's correct. Basic. So here it is. For those who don't know, Florida has redistricted.
There's another chimp rant in here, supposedly.
Listen yourselves to such a losing position.
The previous proper remedy
for multi by
I don't care what you think about
traditional
a law that
majority
you've never
for
read,
the and calls this ruling one that situates trilogy histories of voting.
I just want to hear you scream about black people in Dixon Dust sector.
Exactly. Was he considered a win for who?
Suppleter and then all. That appears to be it. Oh, then I'm sorry, you got to go. No, I.
Okay, so then this was him banning Dixon again. We already did that. This must be where it is. Is he playing?
Employee was arrested at a Texas race.
Okay, I think this will be funny. This must be what my guy's.
That's one way to cook the books. A former Chick-fil-A employee
Just read the
was
articles. This
arrested
is cornering
for
shit.
stealing $80,000 with a mac and cheese scheme at a Texas restaurant, police say. Kayshawn Jones. Okay. All right.
Again, typing individual letters in the chat, threatening his channel. Whatever is about to happen here, totally acceptable risk for him. And again, that's fine. Like, I just wish he'd take the armor off and just become fully this.
All right.
He'd probably do better, honestly.
Keyshawn. I'm sorry, it's not Kayshawn, it's Keyshawn. Keyshawn Jones was fired from the store in Grapeville, outside Dallas.
Grapeville?
Last November. But authorities say he would repeatedly slip back in, enter food orders on the register, and refund them to his personal credit card.
Incredible.
Wait, so...
Let's see if Templar can figure this out.
He would enter an order.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. So here's what he would do. He would enter in an order of like mac and cheese.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
And
get
then
to the racist
he
part.
would put it on his...
Yeah.
own...
We get it. We understand.
Now, I mean, oh god. Here's the thing.
Yeah, tell us the thing.
Wouldn't you do that with like a family member in a way that was like...
Yeah, he's retarded.
Would repeat to custody April after the 6th, doing a refund. I don't know how he did that. That's crazy.
What?
To his personal debit card.
Was I lied to?
Okay. All right, we got a bona fide retard here.
Okay, I heard this.
Yeah, that he is a chomo.
Okay, this is him announcing the Josh debate.
Wow.
Remember, this guy's not in the sector.
That's something.
According to him.
Soberman fan says, what is the current take on Josh Moon?
Shout out Soberman.
Have you been red-pilled on him yet that he is a chomo? Not really. My take on Josh Moon and Chibi reviews and that whole thing is that I'm sitting back and I'm watching. It's entertaining. They're going back and forth. Here's the thing. Here's what I've offered. Believe it or not, okay. I actually reached out to Josh Moon. I did. I asked Josh if he would be willing to sit down and have a confrontational blood sports style debate with Chibi.
This guy is literally calling for blood sports between Josh and Chibi reviews, and he thinks he's not in the sector. And then he's going to explain his philosophy after this, and it's just straight up the sector.
Reviews. I actually tried to put it together. So far, Josh Moon hasn't responded, so we will see. I want to put Josh Moon and
Josh is
reviews in the same chat.
That's what it sounds like. Josh is running.
Because it will be maximally entertaining to watch them go back and forth. Because it seems like both sides really just want to call each other a pedo. And if I could get that on camera, like them going at it, I think that would just be incredible.
Let's see about this Flash interview.
I think that would be maximally entertaining.
Oh, what
I think allowing them to actually have a sit down and talk and vent out their stuff might be cathartic and good for both of them.
What do you mean you need... Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's funny and all this, but here's the shit about Yellow Flash. So, tonight's live stream was to read super chats from the stream on Saturday. That was struck down. Now the quartering sprung up, wanting on. Would rather have you come on Saturday night for a real stream. I need to get all the tweets you deleted. They're all archived, bro. Your Yellow... Like, this guy has... How many followers does this guy have? 100K? Get your niggas on it. Are you serious? You're telling me this guy doesn't have anyone? That he doesn't have just a... Come on. Like, get in your chat or whatever and say, get me all of Quartering's tweets. Like, I'm sure they're on QB Farms literally right now. You could do this in 5 minutes. Push it back 1 year. Or 1 year, sorry. 1 hour. That's it. That's all you would need. Oh no, you sprang this up on me in the last minute, probably because of some fireball. However, Bearing has everything ready and can jump on. Let's do... Oh, okay. Okay, so it is happening. Is it actually happening? Okay, I'm gonna watch this. So yeah, he's gonna explain the Platonic ideal here. No, he straight up does.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you want to see Josh Moon and Chibi Reviews sit down and have a
Yeah, no, he does describe the like he totally gets it. He's just like, yeah, these are two retarded freaks, and I want to get them in a ring and see them fight. Like he totally gets it. I don't understand how this guy can say he's not in the sector.
Have like a one-on-one. It's like, I think maximally for content, I think that'd be oh gosh, people keep saying sector. I don't even know what it is. No one's
describes sector. People keep saying sector. I don't even know what it is.
Even explain what that is, but they're like, you're part of it now. No, I'm not. I don't join anything unless I know what it is. No, it says I didn't know Josh was a pedo. I'm not saying that he is. What I'm saying is both sides are accusing each other. Yeah. So you have to understand the conflict is Josh Moon and Kiwi Farms versus Chibi Reviews and the Lolicon Army. Josh Moon and Kiwi Farms are saying that Chibi Reviews and the Lolicon Army are pedos. And because they promote this sort of content. On the other hand, Chibi Reviews is saying, well, no, we're not the pedos. You are, because, your time with 9chan. I didn't even know there was such a thing as 9chan.
I don't even know what's going on.
You want to know how out of it I am? I thought that 8chan was it. I thought that there was nothing beyond 8chan. Did you know that there's a 9chan?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Proceeds to describe exactly what's going on.
My frame of reference is like, there's 4chan and then there's 8chan. Those are the chans. There's too many chans.
To be fair, like no one knew what 9chan was because it only ran for a couple months before it got shut down. So I'll give you that one. Templar.
But
the wings on his helmets do anything? I don't know. That's the AI's fault. Obviously, the real Templars did not have wings on their helmets.
I think it would be funny.
It's like the Mario hat lets you fly.
And it would be entertaining.
But he's too heavy.
If both of them could just sit down and go at it and just vent their frustration.
I hope this debate happens. I would actually like to watch this live.
Articulate their issues.
You can get drunk
and
with
then
the quartering.
Do the thing that the internet was meant to do. The internet was not meant.
Oh, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this thesis here.
Meant to do.
It's perfect.
And then just do the thing that the internet was meant to do.
What was the internet meant to do?
The internet was not meant, for police. It was meant to have people debate. And
fuck the police, tactical Templar.
Confrontations. Like, you don't like what I'm doing. I don't like what you're doing. So let's go at it. Let's go head to head and have a debate. That was my only thing.
Quote, fuck the police, unquote, tactical Templar.
Both of them have, it's Dog Zero says, I made a video explaining the sector for you so you know, but either way, you're in by definition. I mean, you're trying to plan an IBS, which is based, by the way. Listen, I'm not, I think that I'm watching these two people and these two groups go crazy. All right. They're going crazy at each other. But the one thing that they're not doing is sitting down and actually having
you 100%
a confrontation face to face. So you know what it reminds me of? I'm just going to be perfectly honest. It reminds me of, and don't get me wrong. I think that both sides are doing things. I'm good at both sides. I think both sides are doing things that are, that are kind of just beyond the line a little bit. But I think that it would be maximally beneficial. I think that
maximally beneficial. Let's set aside the utilitarian terms.
The dogs behind the sliding glass door.
I like this analogy.
How they're all barking at each other, and then you open up the door, and then they just stop and pretend, and then you close the door again, and
He's calling us everyone out.
You know, I think that they would be maximally
He's calling everyone out for being bitches and not sitting down and fighting. He's so right.
Their stuff, and everyone wins. Everyone wins. It's content for everyone. Everyone. I'd be willing to host it on my channel. So,
and that's also a funny thing. The whole like, don't type a letter in my chat. Also, I'm totally willing to host a debate between two alleged pedophiles. What do you think they're gonna talk about, bro?
You know.
I mean, it's based. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing.
It would be beneficial for
this guy is such a ball of contradictions, and I love it.
Everyone, and it would be a huge L to the quartering because it would show that we can resolve our differences and our disagreements,
whatever,
in ways other than flagging people, like the quartering.
Well, that's true. That is true.
That the only way that you can get one over is by flagging, or demonetizing. But no, the internet was not built on demonetizing or flagging. You know, you should, if you have two people that are really wanting to go WWE style. It says completely agree, and this is the exact sector philosophy, which is why we say.
Yeah, this is me just saying, like, bro, you basically just gave a perfect sector thesis. Like, come on, man.
Brother, you didn't. Listen, you didn't want me in your group.
This part is so funny. Like, he understands all that so well. He just gave a fucking speech about how the internet is about fighting and not flagging, and it's not super serious, but it's fun and it's content, right? So he just understands that. And then listen to him here, where he doesn't understand what I'm trying to do with him, right? Okay, listen.
This is the exact sector philosophy, which is why we say you're in it. Brother,
so I say, like, bro, you just basically gave the perfect thesis. Great.
You didn't. Listen, you didn't want me in your group. You don't want me in your group. It's fine. But it's like, you can't go... Listen. You can't go from, I hate this Templar guy. He's the worst person I've ever seen. He's terrible. He's awful. I hate him. He's garbage. And then the next day say, oh, and by the way, you're in our club. What?
Does he not get it? How does he not get it? He just explained exactly it, which is that, you know, it's not about flagging people down, it's about content. And so, yeah, I went hard on you, and I still do when I hear you say stupid shit, but now you're in it. You're in it. So if, like, when you get flagged from the outside, obviously I'm going to defend you on that, and I'm going to keep interacting with you so that there's more content, and things are going well for you. Like, I don't understand how he can just explain all that and then be confused by what's happening here.
Hey, you're in our club. In fact, you're king of our club. What happened yesterday?
He's so genuinely confused after just explaining it. Also, I said in here, it's not a club, it's a community, and there's no, like, it's not...
Whatever. You were saying that you hated my guts.
I never said I hated you. I was very careful. I'm very careful with the word hate online. I don't think I've really said I hated pretty much anyone. Because it's just such a strong emotion that it's hard to, like, stir it up for people you don't really know. You know, unless they're, like, politicians, like people who have massive control over your life or something. No, I never said I hated you. You interpreted it that way because I made a big flashy stream burning you at the stake. But you just explained that you understand that, like, 2 minutes ago.
It's like, Cricket News HD. Bro, I got false demonetized for the last 42 days.
Okay, so there's that.
About this. Steal somebody else's content.
Yeah, I would say that I probably hate Andy Worski. He's in that rare category.
Yes. But, you know, if that's your representative, if that is the one who's representing you, that's embarrassing. Retard. On a vendetta because he doesn't want to face the fact that he's a cuck.
Yeah,
and that grand jury
there's more political stuff. Here's Rachel Wilson. It's like whatever.
I go over that in the beginning.
So yeah, I think that was all the stuff I had for Templar. He kept streaming. I don't know if anything else happened, but don't type individual ends in his chat. But also, you can call people nappy-headed animals who need to be put down. Isn't in the sector trying to plan an IBS. Like it's great. It's great. Templar, just keep doing what you're doing. You're on the path. You're so close, man. You're so fucking close. Let's see. So is this happening or not? I have the alleged stream here. 23 minutes. Going over the super chats. Is he gonna? What do you think the long? What are the odds that Quartering actually calls into this? Because he's talking big game right now. He's saying like, whatever happens, I'll call in. The problem is he's probably just drunk and retarded, and he always does this, right? He has cut the content at every opportunity. Like, he has never provided. Let's see. Let's see what Quartering himself is saying. Yet another channel who has made endless videos epically owning me has backed out of a 1v1. So that was the last thing he said, and that was, what, an hour ago? And then Flash said, you sprang this on me last minute, probably because of some fireball. However, Bearing has everything ready and can jump on. Okay, so Flash did call his guy in, which is exactly what I said he should do. So, okay, so then the ball is now back in Quartering's court, I guess. Flash was running for a minute here, and now he's calling in one of his capos. Grifty, 35%, 50-50, man. I love your optimism. I'm here for it, man. I'm white pilled too, but that's tough. I gave him debate pep. I told him to sweep the leg, ask about Hoffman. True. It's coin tossed. It's not going to happen. Quartering is... Yeah, but that's why I want it to happen. Because he is drunk, and what that means is you're going to see the full drunk arc, right? Where we'll get the back end of him being buzzed, so he's like high energy and says a bunch of crazy shit, and then he'll enter like pass out mode. And then it'll just be a beating, which is hilarious. It is a little lame that Yellow Flash has to call in his guy rather than having his guy just give him the tweets and then Flash can present it himself. That's a little lame, I'll be honest. Well, you said 50-50, Mike Soxard. I was saying that was optimistic. Dog Zero become a Templar? No, Templar's going to be my capo. He just doesn't even know it. Did Temp just fake $100 dono? He just got a big bag from a guy who didn't type the whole stream? I don't know, man. That's just more sector shit. That's just more like, that's real. Like, Spontaneous Collins are dead. Apparently Casey offered to have him on. No, that, well, okay, but Casey wants him to fulfill all these ridiculous conditions. He wants him to like, I don't know. I get their logic of we're debating about money, so we need some documentation. But the idea of a guy who's a multimillionaire showing his tax documents, I think people don't understand how retarded that is. Like, expecting that. Like, even a fucking idiot like Jer, who probably either tries to do his taxes himself or has a bad accountant who's stealing money or whatever. Like, you just don't do that. You do not show your tax document. Like, because it's just going to look bad. No matter, like, when you are that level of wealthy, like the sort of shit you do to not pay taxes, when you show it to normies, it looks really bad, even though it's not bad. Well, I don't evade taxes, but like, you know, there are ways to get around not paying taxes, having unrealized income, stuff like that. To other people who like wealthy and fuck the government, that's based, right? Because like, fuck the government. To normal people, they look at that and they get grumpy. It's like the Trump tax shit. That's what it would look like for Jeremy. It would make him look like a sleazy scumbag who tries to scam his way out of taxes. The problem is that it's just the way our system works. Tax avoid. Well, I agree, but there's a lot of people who would see the sort of tricks you do. Not tricks. That implies it's like illegal. They're not illegal. Like the sort of things you do, and then they get all ass mad because, and I understand why, because the way our tax structure works, if you are a W-2 wage worker, there's very little you can do to get out of taxes. You just get fully raped because of the way W-2s work and the way like our income tax works. And so I understand why when those people see like sole proprietors or people who have LLCs or whatever, when they see all the tricks they do to get out of taxes, they get mad because they don't have any of those tools. And it's not their fault that they don't have those tools. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just because of how fucked up our income tax structure is that it literally puts the biggest burden, like proportionally, not totally. Those numbers are a little different, but proportionally on the people who have the least tools to lower their tax burden. It's really gay. It's really, really gay. PVP did that on purpose, so Jared back. Yeah. I don't think people, everyone knows how ridiculous it is. You see people talking about it, and they're like, oh, well, why wouldn't he just show it all? And it's like, bro. As you're giving up the... Well, it's not even tricks. It's just like you're either... Like I said, it's not even W-2 workers' fault, because obviously the majority of people, they just have a regular job. They're not doing anything wrong. It's not like they're dumb. They just have a regular job, which should be incentivized. Because it creates like relationships between employee and employer and creates like stakes so that people have to take care of each other. But when your tax system makes it so that they have the least ability to reduce their tax burden, when it's all automatic and they just get raped, it motivates you to get out of it as fast as possible and then do a bunch of bullshit. I mean, it's like one of the few kind of interesting things Ted Cruz ever proposed was the like one card tax thing. We have a little note card and that's all you have to do for your taxes. That's not the ideal way to do it. I have some other ideas, but that would be something. That would at least equalize things. The most frustrating thing about Jared is if he knew what we knew about KC, he could level a playing field, but he's a day drunk moron. Yeah, basically. And I know people have sent him shit. I know he's had plenty of opportunity. It's been months. It's been a year since he's had cuck rage at them. He could have put himself in the Jared bunker for a month. I mean, he has the money. He could have put himself in the Jared bunker for the month and crafted and memorized everything. He could have become like a fucking scholastic monk on KC lore in a month. And could have come out here swinging. But he's just so retarded. Who's the woman? I think it's Sydney Sweeney. Is it? I don't know. I don't know why she's... did they just put her on the thumbnail to get people to click? Hi, Elf. Hi, Elf. Send the stream to the IRS. Go ahead, man. IRS knows me well. Normies think tax avoiders aren't paying their fair share. Well, we can get into that. There's some crazy stats about how the top 10% of income tax payers pay over 50% of the tax. So even the people who are avoiding it the most are paying their highest share. The real problem is that the top like 25 of income taxpayers, like 15% of them are like middle class. They're not rich. And they pay so much of it. And then the top 0.001% or 1% pay nothing because they know what they're doing. And because they're able to make income through ways that are not traditional, or not traditional, but not realized, I should say. And so basically our entire tax structure is structured in a way that if you are a regular W-2 wage worker, you get fucked the hardest and you pay the most amount of tax. If you are no work, no income, you get all the benefits, or illegal immigrant. If you are a fucking retarded, if you are like a lazy dilettante who can have all your income be unrealized and knows just some really basic stuff, then you don't have to pay taxes. It's just so ass backwards, the whole thing. Ask the Maritime Court to delete your straw man. What accent does Templar have? Well, he doesn't sound like where he's from, I'll just say that. He's a pretty, like, generic that guy accent, I guess. Just go to the Wilson debate. Teach you the ways of tax evasion. It's all about, it's all about deductions and unrealized income. Basically, don't have a boss, and if you do, make it so that you're like a contractor and you're not his employee. The black ground. Mr. K talking about the black ground. All right, let's see. Let's see about this. So for all I know about this is I've heard a lot of people say that Andrew Wilson gets destroyed. And there's a particular quote where Andrew Wilson tries to say that it was okay that Trump bombed 200 children because they live in Iran, so they would have been R'd anyway. Which is like the most out-of-touch thing ever, considering the whole Epstein shit. And is also like an abortionist argument. Low class, they have money, they're just criminal. Yeah, well, there's that too. That's definitely like an aspect of it. That and like offloading as much of your costs as possible on proxies like food stamps and stuff, so that the cash you do have you can spend on stupid shit. Would I Rachel Wilson? Dude, I wouldn't fuck Rachel Wilson with your dick, RP. Like, bro. Colin? Okay, hold on. Oh, you already watched this. Good. All right, I'm in the thing. The fuck is this? All patriots go. We the people. Activation phrase. Ron. What is this? Activation phrase. Ronald McDonald.
You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural...
What is this? What's happening? The Goyim have gone insane. What is this? You are entering a dangerous liberty zone.
Rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated.
Can you get another take on that? Tyranny, fascism, and censorship?
Ideas will be exchanged.
Also, bro, are you really going to be bitching about fascism in this day and age? Are you serious?
Freely, rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare
Wait. You should leave now? I thought there was a free speech zone. How can you contradict yourself in your own hype video?
We are now live on the dangerous liberty...
Okay, this is just straight up the fucking... you know which one I'm talking about. The Hyper Jumper edit, except real. Like, unironic. Like, how is this not the exact same thing?
This is MAGA country!
Bravo 6, going dark.
Defeating the radical left, the Marxists, the agitators, the anarchists. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will liberate America from these villains once and for all. As my first order of business, I hereby declare martial law.
You have to take out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families.
He's a killer. A lot of killers. There are a lot of killers. Why do you think our country's so innocent?
Death penalty.
Death penalty.
Bring it forth.
The only good communist is a dead communist!
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism.
Americanism, not globalism.
That threatens the very foundation.
This is Tito!
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of
Occur.
Oh, Mr. K, are you talking? Sorry.
Can you hear me?
No, because I was blasting this fucking stupid video. Hold on, I'm turning you up. All right, what were you saying?
Yeah, you had to turn me down when I was screaming high elf at you.
I actually didn't touch the audio that entire stream.
Very high elfian trick.
I know you're not going to believe me, but I was too drunk. I didn't
my
touch the
audio lowered with the subsequent high elves.
I didn't touch it, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, all right.
But look at this intro. How is this real? What is this channel? Who are these people? That this is their.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Is this
it's
like
just
a joke?
A small studio audience?
Paramount Tactical. Is this intro?
I watched it on a different channel. I think. Is that the one that I sent you?
Let me look. Because I literally just like searched like debate, like Owen Wilson. I'll let the intro keep playing while I look.
Podcast.
I feel like I watched it on a different.
What is happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday.
Let me just get the
real Tuesday. Yesterday I said Tuesday. It was Monday.
Oh yeah,
I just
yeah.
proved to you all that I actually record my shows from the future. Pre-record them from the future. I know what's going on, and then I put them back in time. But anyway.
So basically what happens is Andrew Wilson has turned into one of these Trump ball washers. Everything Trump is doing is great. It's amazing. He has an excuse for everything.
Yeah.
At one point, actually at multiple points, the entire time he maintains that essentially the entire country of Iran is a pedophile. It's a pedophile nation. And
one of the great civilizations of the world. Yeah.
And they all deserve to be killed, to be blown up, to be bombed from afar, to be terror bombed because it's a pedophile, pedophile civilization, essentially. And that we should ignore the Epstein list because based Trump is he's actually killing all the pedophiles right now.
He's killing the children before they.
Well, he's killing them before they are assaulted.
I also heard that like part of this, the reason this is another good one to go over is because a lot of this is like Andrew playing around his stupid like meta debate shit rather than actually talking about anything.
It's so gay, like the whole, do you have exact proof? Where's the proof? I need the proof. It's so tired.
Which is really dishonest coming from a guy who calls himself a Christian ethicist where you can actually talk about like abstract politics with concrete terms. That's like the entire, like, that's the patrimony of Christian philosophy is that all these terms have actually been defined concretely and you can talk about them if you know the language. But when you're just Trailer Park Wilson with his third baby daddy mommy coming up here being all like, can we debate about what a debate even really is? It's like, okay, nice.
And he's doing like, he'll when he gets interrupted, it's a high crime, right? It's like, don't you interrupt me. I need to finish my point. And then he's constantly interrupting Owen like every second. And it's just so dishonest. This guy's a total slime ball.
All right, we are going to be
chat says dark
having
Netanyahu.
a debate on whether the Trump administration
Dark
has
Satan
been
Yahoo.
successful. And tonight we have two very talented debaters with us. But before we get into that, I just want to tell you guys a little bit about Uncensored America.
Unironically got into an argument over this. Their justification was women in Iran don't have rights. So the way you answer that is you say, what is the primary end of the United States government? Is it the rights of non-U.S. citizens or is it the rights of U.S. citizens? If they admit that it's the right of U.S. citizens, you say, how do the women's rights in Iran further the rights of U.S. citizens? And if they say a security reason, you say, okay, fair enough. Let's talk about security then and set aside this women's rights shit.
We're a free speech organization, 501c3 nonprofit on 13 college campuses now. So if you want to get involved with the USC chapter here or get involved with more chapters all across the country or
Where
start
was
your
this?
own,
They've got like 10 people here.
uncensoredamerica.us.
Premium meds.
And we also have a double header.
Probably like a
we have
campus
tonight,
debate.
But then tomorrow night we have a massive
They
debate.
couldn't get anyone better than Andrew Wilson.
With Rachel Wilson and the Brian Shapiro from the Brian Shapiro Show. I know you guys.
They told me they don't understand. You should say that's fair enough. There's a lot of things I don't understand too. That's why I don't talk about them. That's what you tell them.
Upright Phantom here with the Crucible, but he's very well known.
I actually do like Owen
amongst that community. So if you guys,
I don't know anything about him. I don't have any opinion on it either way.
He was like Alex Jones's co-host for.
Oh, he's that guy. Oh, okay. I know who he is.
Lawyer. Yeah.
Come to that. That's going to be at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington.
He's kind of a Chad.
Same.
There's a term on the left-wing sector. It's called debate pedophile. I think. Oh, like a super, like formalistic debate. The debate, like debate what a debate is, or the rules of the debate for half the debate. I will say this: when I was criticizing Diggers for this, it's one thing to do that as Diggers in some random like live stream with the cat night.
I thought you said something else.
Well, I'm calling him Diggers because his name is Diggers. But at least Andrew Wilson is on sort of a stage here. Like, I don't know. It's a little more, it's still gay, but.
Just University of North Carolina, Wilmington. So if you want to get tickets for that, it's at uncensoredamerica.us.
Oh, also, Owen Schroyer was the first one to bang Savannah Hernandez before she got ran through by everybody else.
So he got, all right.
As well.
He got the first crack.
Over to the moderator of tonight's debate, the one and only Dr. James Coons from Modern Day Debate.
This guy's name's Coon?
James Coons.
Dr. Coon, let's go.
Thank you very much for being here, folks. I am very excited on behalf of Modern Day Debate to be collaborating with Uncensored America. In fact, we'll also be collaborating with them this summer for DebateCon 8. That's in July in Dallas. That will feature 2 days of debates, including headline debates with Andrew Wilson.
You know, every time I go and get fitted for a suit, they always want to like downsize it.
Yeah. Well, are you going to men's
they always want to give you a smaller, like anywhere. They always want to give you like the smaller jacket.
I guess they're assuming you're going to dry clean it, right? So it's not because of that.
As we expect it to sell out. With that, as you know, I am very excited to get into this. Tonight's topic is, has Trump's presidency
Mr. K is a small guy. Been
You're
sure
successful?
Well, I don't know. I'm
introducing
above
the
6 foot.
affirmative
So.
speaker for that question. He is known for his high energy and sharp debate style, which has gotten him.
Josh wants to lose weight to wear a double-breasted suit. Dude, Josh would not look good in a double-breasted suit.
Invited to
Do I look
elite
5'1",
podcast
bitch?
platforms such as the Joe Rogan
Josh
Experience
used to go to TR
and
Sarter.
the PBD
Get fitted
podcast.
up.
He is also the leader of the organization known as the Crucible. Please join me in
The organization. Me sitting on a podcast with my wife, having been a sector chatter 5 years ago, is now an organization. It's a movement. It's a paramilitary organization. What the fuck are you talking about?
Welcoming Andrew.
Welcome to my organization, the Dog Zero Shit.
Wilson.
Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout. Smoky man bad, but he snuffs them.
Man, this is gay.
This is so gay. AI song about smoking, man. It's because he has no distinguishable traits. Like, there's nothing to Andrew Wilson, so we have to focus on the fact that what he smokes. Yeah, so do tons of people.
With that, we will be introducing.
Like, imagine that. Imagine being
his stank breath.
Imagine being a man of his age, and the only distinguishable trait you have is that you smoke. Are you serious? That's like high school. That's like the kid who can get cigarettes in high school. Come on, man.
Well, let's see. What are his other traits? He's a debate bro with a wife with 3 kids that aren't his own. You know what I mean? Like, smoking is If I was going to pick one of his traits, it would be smoking.
So, yeah, I guess so.
Tonight's debate.
You turned off the music, James.
Cuck rage. Cuck rage. Play my AI song.
He is best known as
He's got an
bold
iPad.
and outspoken
My
political
iPad, my
commentator,
note-taking iPad.
recognized for his energetic presence and
Can we get a internet
his
history check on
coverage
that
of current
iPad?
events across major platforms. He has been a prominent voice with InfoWars and continues to engage millions through his independent content and reporting.
Engage millions. Bro, the fucking little boy dropping on Nagasaki engaged millions. Like, what do you mean by that? I don't, what does that mean?
Welcoming Owen Schroyer.
Why did they cut his audio off for the clapping?
Because they're mad. They're trying to give him they're negging him right off the bat.
Owen is so big too.
Yeah, I know, and he doesn't give a fuck.
He really is he's mogging though.
Yeah, he doesn't have an iPad either. Look,
for tonight's
He
format,
has notes. He's
we will
got
have
paper and pen.
5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute close.
Oh, I bet it's because he picked an actual song, and so they didn't want the copyright to hit. That's so funny.
Oh, maybe.
That,
Don't pause as much. Okay,
set for you. The affirmative going
You're
first.
right, you're
Andrew,
right.
the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything
His
else,
shirt's all
we got
wrinkled.
the legend Owen Schroyer. Can we give
Looks
him a
like
good round
shit.
of applause?
His wife was
Just
too
hold on to
busy
that
being
time.
His trad wife was too busy with her own debate to iron his shirt.
That said, you're still going to get
That's
stomped.
so crazy that she's doing her own debates,
first
given what
and
they claim to be.
foremost, let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all.
Oh, so that's a
I'm also
sensitive
very
topic for you. That's why you're saying
and
it first.
consider
Got
the
it.
ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been.
Yeah, he's going
I
to
say this
support
at
the war the
beginning of
whole
debate so
time.
that bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts
Well,
try
it's
to
'cause
influence
his
American
loyalty
politics
to-
in the comments,
His
claiming that
loyalty
I'm in
to-
some
wait,
way
did he just talk-
Zionist.
wait, hold on. Did he
Foreign
just say
accounts try to
trolls?
influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist.
But what? We're a minute in. Online trolls.
they're A-logging
Attention
me.
world.
They're
I'm a
A-logging me.
thin-skinned bitch being trolled.
Pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill. You can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate. which they won't even watch. And you and I.
Okay, Andrew, just because you tell the trolls they're wrong doesn't make them wrong. You're not the fucking Pope, bro. Like, that's not the way it works. You don't have the authority to say that.
I can laugh at their stupidity.
Bro, can you play that video that they made of him, or are you going to end with that?
Oh, the one that I took for the
pickle video, dude. That shit is so
Mike's
fucking
on, sorry, it's
funny.
gonna be grumpy because we're pausing so much, but I don't know. We gotta do it, man. This, like, bro, he's bringing up internet trolls in the first 2 minutes, man. I gotta pause for that.
Come on, Andrew, you can't even open a jar of fucking pickles?
It's a jar of olives, Rachel.
Just fucking open it. What is wrong with you?
Will you shut the fuck up? It's olives. It's been olives the whole time. Why does nobody in this house listen to me?
You weak sack of shit! You're weakest of all three men I have been married to, Andrew. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You lick Smith!
Fuck you!
Yeah, this is
so
it's so perfect.
That's like his wife's personality to a T.
Yes.
She's such a bitch.
Like this kid also kind of reminds me of his whole like response thing where he thinks that if he just says that what trolls are saying are wrong, it makes them wrong like a priori. So he comes up here and he's like, the trolls won't watch this intro where I clearly say that I'm not defending all these things, which totally blows them out of the water. Like, I don't know, man. If you're going to be this guy, if you're going to be this debate guy, like, at least know how, like, at least learn all the gay rules. Like, at least go be that guy. Be the weird, like, classical education formal guy. It's just so fake.
I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are ontologically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic.
Yes, but do you believe that Jews are by definition antichrists because they deny Christ? And if they are, then that would imply evil, unfortunately, Andrew. Sorry, by definition.
Represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those
He
are
just
the
thinks
things
that he can talk his way out. He can, like,
just declare shit, yeah.
Today we debate.
Yeah,
if
he
Trump
can just
has been
say
successful
shit
as a
and it
president.
is.
Usually I would clear this up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out
declared
that
we're getting right to the heart of the debate.
two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president.
Is this debate? Oh, this debate is about has the Trump is okay. So yeah, what is the actual question here? Like, if we're gonna be gay like this, like, what is resolved? What has the Trump presidency been successful? Oh man, look at that. He looks possessed. So I guess his point is because he stopped 2 women from being president, that means his president. No, that would mean that his election, his candidacy was successful, not his actual presidency. Wilson, we can be pedantic.
President, who is a woman, should immediately default him to the position of a successful president. No. As just that alone saved the nation from years of torment and suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, office of faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it.
There you go.
Affirm via executive order there are 2 genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping trans-surgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays, affirming Christian believers as the ones who celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order that can be Christian participation in
an executive order that can be revoked by the next president, which will be hostile
right, it's
to
all
you.
Executive orders. That means nothing.
Yeah, well, no, it does mean something, but what it means is that you can't fuck up the next election. And so if you do a bunch of gay shit to ensure that you lose the next election, well, then none of the executive orders at least don't mean anything. Not only that, but federal holidays, really, you're going to cite that?
Stated the Mexico city policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations.
Christmas.
Andrew mentions his candidate is a woman,
Christian country,
but lets his wife debate. Yeah, why is your wife allowed to go debate and teach on what's again? Why are you suffering a woman to teach, but these 2 women have vocal fry and can't be president?
Enforce the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to prioritize against Christian persecution abroad.
Look at Owen write all this down.
Some of his policy directives.
And then he realizes he doesn't have to write down all of it. He's just like, okay.
Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative. More immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was
that is literally the one thing I will give Trump is the net negative migration. And if Owen can argue that everything else overweighs that, then he wins the debate. That's my opinion.
Function in office from the standpoint of voters, and this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration, even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration.
This is the longest he's ever gone without smoking.
130,000 less per month just on the legal side.
Probably got a couple
real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative.
Focus on the
net
negative migration. It's pretty much the only
federal
point you have.
Workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that.
I'll say this: net negative by how much? Any net negative is a pro for Trump, considering we haven't had net negative in any capacity for 60 years. So it's technically the first time in 60 years that the problem is getting better than worse. The thing is, I think there's a lot of ways to acknowledge that that's good while still say all of these other things are bad enough that it's fucked.
And window has shifted.
Well, it's literally if we lose the midterms, like the House and the Senate, and then lose the election, it's like totally irrelevant, right?
Yeah, like you want negative net migration.
They're just going to reopen the border.
Yeah, exactly. You want net negative migration and a politically viable outcome so that you can maintain that net negative migration in a long term.
But the problem is he's burned all the political capital on Iran now, and so we're kind of probably fucked.
There's a slight hope that because of the general inertia of the way, not just immigration, the way the rest of our politics works, that similar to when Trump did the tariffs and Biden kept them, some of the immigration policy might stick, but that is very wishful thinking. And honestly, I'll be interested to see if Andrew tries to go with that line.
Court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time.
Yes, you can.
The idea of Owen Schroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is acceleration.
This is straight up some shit they teach you in high school debate. Like Lincoln Douglas debates. You do not let things be unsaid that you think are like actual contentions.
The glaring logical hole,
we have too many W's.
Is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess.
Who is working these
Democrats
cameras?
And leftists left for us.
It
doesn't work and can't work. In the system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism,
got taken down. We were watching the Trump assassination news coverage, and a Secret Service agent was walking through the hallway with a rifle wielded, and they fucking took me down for firearms.
Fuck.
I don't want to explicitly say he did that, but
go to the beginning.
Yeah.
All right, I just sent him the link.
He just sent him a link.
Hey man, how are you?
All right, I just sent him the link.
Yeah, cool. You sound a bit hot. Your mic sounds a bit hot.
Oh shit, echoing.
No, you're not echoing. You just sound like your gain's up a bit much. It might be mine. Speak again.
Oh, I know the problem. Hold on.
Virgin mic issues versus Chad just scream through all audio issues.
Versus Chad screaming high elf.
It was a little different stream than I thought I was going to do today.
Oh, we got to make that into like a little clip. Like a little like.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I did way. Everybody was like,
flagged down.
The way it was described to me, I thought I did so much worse. And then I watched that back. I watched like the SO.
What do you mean?
And man, dude, I was going off. Like I was too.
It depends on what you mean by worse. If you think it's like a real debate, then yeah, you looked a little.
It's not a real debate.
Of course not. That's what I'm saying. That's why I agree with you. Like as far as just content, no, it was amazing. It was great.
I don't want to explicitly say he did that, but
everything you'd sort of expect.
Oh,
but even if it was a debate,
you're disloyal.
Well, about what?
He got mad about your video?
Like, I even said that at the end. I was like, I guess I win. I don't know what I won. I don't know what the topic was.
Yeah.
You won because I literally passed out.
Did you watch it?
No, you died on the field. You died in the ring.
Literally.
You died in the ring, which is the best way to lose. Literally the best way to lose.
No, I didn't watch it. So
I would die in that ring.
Why don't you watch it, man, and then comment? So, yeah, I said, look, I'll happily.
Yeah, getting it's not just the VRA; it's the last part of the VRA.
Is he coming or?
He asked for the link, and
it's the worst part of the VRA that lost.
Like, he hits me up an hour before. I didn't even know that he was doing that until somebody messaged me and said, "Yeah, he's like trying to jump on your shit."
I am tired of like, I have to have my co-host. Like, I have to, like, I can't 1v1. You know what I mean? It's such bullshit. This guy's gonna. If quartering comes on, they're gonna 2v1 him.
No, well, that's what I said. I said, by him revealing that Bering has all the chats, what should have happened here is,
I've heard people
Bering should have just given him all the chats and let him 1v1
That's
him.
right. There's just a fucking... There's a fear that no matter what people do, it's going to get flagged down. Like I didn't realize you'd been flagged.
Okay, I've seen all this evidence. Can you please just tell us if this is happening or not?
It's fucked. And
I think they're quote unquote waiting on quartering.
I think it's created.
Let's see if quartering is
a bit of a swell, like a bit of a flagging war. Who knows what sort of fucking gay ops are going on, sort of thing. So
people are saying I'm trying to save face. No, like I watched the last 30. I watched the clip SO Archivist put up, and like I handled myself. Like I held my own.
I thought I was very fair.
Look, if this was some gay Andrew Wilson shit, then maybe you guys would have a point. But as far as the sector rules go,
all these now,
Mr. K did a great job.
It's hard to. I tried to go
a bunch
to the
of funny
Farms
clips.
thread and get it, but
there was a lot of funny stuff in there, and he literally died in the ring, which is the best way to go.
You know what's interesting about this, Flash? The thing that's interesting about this is because Jeremy just showed something on his Twitter. It was like a screen recording, and he could literally just change his profile.
Okay, so he's
picture
tweeting right now.
Sleeve media for 2 seconds, screen record, and change it back if he wanted to. You know what I'm
and
saying?
Also, I was doing battle with you and
because he showed me his
Yeah. I mean, but that wasn't planned. We weren't trying to ambush you or anything. It just sort of happened.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
I mean,
Lol, I waited over an hour for a response. You know what? To be fair, let him schedule it another day. Fuck you. Oh, wait. Send link. Oh, no, that was about
what he should do. If he was playing this right,
there is a flagging
he
war.
should be like, I'm not going to 1v3. Like, you have to...
100%. Because I've had a few things I had to get fixed.
Yeah, well, like I said, the reason he apparently has Bering here is because Bering has some tweets he thinks he needs. So just have your guy send him you the tweets and then do it yourself.
Well, but the thing is, like, I don't think Yellow Flash wants to 1v1.
No, of course he doesn't.
I think quartering could pull out maybe like a semi-victory if he, but he's
which is pathetic because honestly, the way you beat quartering is you just wait him out because at this point, after all this shit talk, you figure he's way through the buzz, like he is minutes away from the crash. So like you just get him in here and wait.
Well,
he has no tactics. He has no strategy at all with this shit.
Either of you guys before.
So yeah, 10 minutes ago he said to send the link, and then this one of him bitching out is about a different thing with Rokeda. So this might actually happen.
You were in a race on the weekend, weren't you?
Yeah, I raced at Talladega, my home race in the NASCAR weekend on there, and we ran 13th, and it was a great time. I had a lot of fun,
Dog Zero and Brokey Dixon at a resort
really
to
made me
2v1.
feel like I wasn't terminally ill.
Again, I didn't even really know what we were even debating about. It just sort of it was Mr. K running the show from the beginning to the end.
So it was all.
If you hadn't screamed high up,
I mean, guys, look, listen. Like, y'all can go back and hear it for yourself, but I'm pretty sure my audio is lowered.
Was that on the weekend?
You know, Dog Zero may not remember it happened.
I swear,
like whenever I was going off,
is doing that.
I was going ham.
I'm not saying nothing happened. I'm just saying I did not lower you. I don't remember ever doing that, but I was pretty drunk too. I mean, I wouldn't have like intentionally lowered you, especially during
now
that.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, he did drink me under the table. Look, Dog Zero is a straight up alcoholic. I don't want to put you on that.
I can now drink you
like
once.
that's so crazy. Like listening, we drank basically the same amount, and like you were just stone cold sober.
I was not.
And it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's actually unbelievable.
Maybe I have a lot of experience drinking around other guys, where if you act too drunk, they fucking destroy you, and I know how to hold my shit.
So everyone's getting hit. I mean, my whole feed on X is just
well,
I know personally getting hit. You know,
apparently I
so
can't because
it's pretty spooky out here.
Well, you know, I don't know. I'll say this: it's kind of interesting because even though you didn't do the last White Claw because you were 2 ahead, at least in numbers, you did pass.
19, something like that. It happened. But yeah, these things sort of go in waves, and
Mr. K react to him enthusiastic ranting about PPP's hangers. Yeah, I did get kind of a big W from that.
Things just go nuts, sort of thing.
No, I drank all of them. Interdimensional Lizard. The only ones I didn't drink were the ones I said on stream sucked, which was grape and lemon.
He needs.
Dude,
I drank half of each of those
because he seems to be soft again.
I just don't even want to drink.
He lays low, and then all of a sudden he fucking goes nuts on Twitter. And I think this is the time. So I mean, I hope he's not, and I hope he shows up. But I mean,
I'm like a social drinker though. Like I don't drink.
It's 6.
It's fine. You don't. You said it. You said it in the stream. You're like, I don't drink during the week. I'm not. You drink on the weekend. It's fine.
So that being the case,
the cans in that picture were full. They were not full. I'm telling you that right now. I mean, I guess
I was thinking that.
I took the picture specifically to disabuse this notion, but I got. What do I have to do?
No, I know, but I was thinking to myself, like, is this nigga actually drinking? Like, is he just taking sips and then?
Well, my friend made a joke about it on the fucking Hot Tub stream, where he's like, it was a bad idea for you because
he just went on.
Well, the Hot Tub stream afterwards, my guy was like, it was a bad idea for you because he said that I have a reputation for being able to pretend to be sober when I'm really drunk.
Maybe let me see what I can do here.
Now, if he comes on, like I understand it could be a bit gay.
Yeah, you know who else can do that?
If that's it,
Ralph,
alcoholics.
You know,
no, the funniest.
Not even Ralph can do that.
The funniest story along those lines was me and a bunch of friends were hanging out. We were watching movies and stuff, and we were drinking through a whole bunch. And they all thought I was like pretty sober, and then I get the remote to type in the next thing to watch, and I type in the.
All of a sudden, he's in my DMs
instead of the something else, and it's just like, oh boy, yeah.
You and blah blah blah.
Dog Zero's drunk.
Okay. Speaking of watching something, I'm gonna set up.
Why don't we just talk about this?
Yeah.
I want you, and Gahul to watch a movie.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to set it up.
Yep. And
next time, put the cans upside down before you take the photo. Oh, that's a good idea. I should have done that.
AIM sector movie reviewer Gahul.
Some kind of loyalty
back, and so
whether or not it's like a long.
We're gonna set up a crossover.
A short collab. They owe him like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be pretty annoying about it. I get talk like through the entire movie about everything. Like, I get pretty depending on the movie, I guess.
For me, a lot of this stuff's kind of more comedy, but
it'll be fun
until it got to like the Ren Fair thing, and then I was like, okay, this is
this isn't gonna happen.
That's all I want to ask him because
I'm going back to Wilson. If it starts to happen, someone let us know, please. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody will say something.
Of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is fucking awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative to Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
And tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which
I don't
is
want to hear about
Democratic
taxes.
policy as usual.
Unless you're rewriting the entire
we knew
tax
Trump
code.
was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Schroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats.
He has real nigga cred.
I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note
that the progressive
ideology is always waiting to strike. And going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Yeah, it's a movie I've already talked about.
Thank you very much for that opening.
Oh, this stadium's empty. Did you see that?
We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate
shaking while he's writing.
Okay, hold on. Who said this in chat? Someone said literally this exact point in chat. It was either Lord Licorice or Interdimensional Lizard said that the fact this debate is even happening means that Wilson loses. Someone said it. I just want to give that shout out.
At least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on.
Yeah, that's what you have
in that collision and destroying it in the process.
That's how they did it on the left, and it worked.
I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to is Trump going to be...
The way the left won the last 60 years is they have this activist group where it's never enough and they're always putting pressure, and they just basically hold the moderates hostage. That's why you have to keep the pressure. You cannot be a cuck like Andrew Wilson.
Successful. The economy.
Well, and also the immigration thing, which is like the crux of his debate, is the one that's most susceptible. It's okay, so Trump has gotten maybe 1 million illegals out of the country. It's we have 50 million to 100 million. You know what I mean? No, people don't even know.
Well,
it's 40 years of removing illegals we need.
Is net negative migration, and that should be the starting point. That is step one, is net negative migration. And then after that, you build the institutions and you build the capability and you build the expertise to actually deploy and deport all these people, which we know is possible because the Dominican Republic deported a higher proportion of their population in a less amount of time than we would have to. So it is possible, and they're fucking poorer.
They were dealing with
We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And
legal immigration is a bigger threat. Well, yeah, but that requires Congress. That requires actually changing the immigration laws, which again, that's step 2. Step 1 is just making the problem not worse. Step 2 is comprehensive immigration reform. Step 3 is in that immigration reform, creating the institutions and the expertise to deport the people that are already here.
Everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs, but it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under President Trump, and it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that, while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get...
To be fair, the issues in our economy have been issues for 20 years. But I will say this. One of the biggest mistakes Trump made was lowering interest rates in 2016. Because basically we have been on the post-2008 crash, Keynesian recovery economy for 20 years to artificially inflate lending and consumption and mortgages. Because as the stock market gets better, politicians are only rewarded. And really what you're supposed to do is have that emergency measures for a couple of years and then you pull it back. But Trump only caring about big line go up never had the discipline to do that.
$1 trillion in Doge cuts annually.
What are your thoughts about
a couple 10 million, and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that or not. So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today.
I don't know if I believe that.
For the opening, I'm sure that this will come back up. But yet that fact remains. What about the deep state? President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count.
Over
so
how
if there's
those numbers
politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country.
Yeah, again, Pam Bondi was such a failure.
Arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either.
Yeah, exactly. They counted turnaways as
Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think
so basically there's two kinds of insider trading. There's institutional administrative insider trading, which is what the Pelosi's do.
I'd point that out.
Which is that by having connections within the administrative state, especially around regulation and contracts, you can over a long period of time basically be right every time on buys.
Real results.
And then there's what Trump did with the Strait of Hormuz recently, which was just a giant
Yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that
the administrative one is a little easier to fix by destroying basically the federal bureaucracy and by making it illegal for Congress people to trade. The big events type stuff is harder. That just has to be done by elections.
But it's made so much worse with things like Kalshi.
Somehow has the ear of
President
Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture.
Everybody is doing it.
Whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest,
well, that was
a lot of this economy is actually
Trump's
when Trump
fault.
came in. I know he likes to blame it on Biden.
The interest rate should have been risen around 2014 by Obama after recovery. 2012 ideally, but 2014 at the latest by Obama after the recovery from 2008. Trump took over and he did not want to be the guy to do that. So he kept him low to, like you said, juice the economy temporarily, but it creates like extremely unsustainable economic indicators. It's why we got hit so hard with inflation and COVID. And no one wants to be the one to lower the interest rates because it will necessarily slow stock market growth.
Go back and look at it. It was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy.
Whether or not it happens so much, like I think it'll be
now, as far as acceleration,
I guess the issue is that
I don't
especially Kalshi and Polymarket seem to be going in a more institutional direction.
I understand why people
is
like
releasing
it.
in the U.S.
I'm not here because
Kalshi
I want
is being
Democrats
embraced
to
more.
win, and I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how
like his sons bought up all the tariff
the problem is,
or whatever. That was pretty
grimy. This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters, it has nothing to do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick.
You're not going to convince the Democrats to be less like against you, bro. You have to convince the Republicans, and you can only do that by holding them accountable.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you.
Does Wilson still publicly associate with the Keno Casino? Bro, that's why I always talk to him. That's why I always refer to him as former sector chatter Big Papa fascist, because you know that this guy who's so obsessed with sitting at the big kids table, wants to be all official like this, hates that. He hates the fact that this guy came out of the fucking sewer.
Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
This is like when they start
5 minutes
actually arguing.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because
our economic problems are because of immigration, not because of by cutting them. This is a total straw man.
You have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps...
He was in Keno Casino... Okay, Andrew Wilson, before he was the Crucible, was a sector chatter in the chat, in Keno Casino and other sector chats called Big Papa Fascist. He tried to start
He's been around for forever, man.
Yeah. He was a little shitter in the chat called Big Papa Fascist. At a certain point, he got big boy pants and tried to create, what was it, comfy? Coat? It was the opposite of cozy.
he made comfy.tv.
Yes, and there was all this controversy over a payment processor platform that he supposedly had an ownership stake in. Then he basically like revealed himself as Andrew Wilson, created the Crucible, and tried to become this. And that's why I always refer to him as that, because to me, this guy is nothing but a fucking Keno Casino chatter on a stage.
Yeah, but he's been around for a long time, even before the Keno Casino. You know, like he was in IB, he was doing stuff in blood sports, and
off and on.
He was just really small.
Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side.
No, the economic issues we have been building for 10 years. It's not because suddenly we started having like a restrictionary immigration. This is so stupid. This is not the way the economy works.
Progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is that, it is in fact going to be the case that if
and he's going to use this argument as like proof that the deportations have been successful, right? Like,
but you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen.
Because they're having to pay Americans.
I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap.
How about I don't want to be running a 30% real unemployment rate for 20 years. How about that, Andrew Wilson? And you know what causes that? Immigration. That's why there are no entry-level jobs or H-1Bs, which Trump supported. That's why there are no white-collar entry-level jobs. This is so retarded. The issue right now of high cost of goods and poor purchasing power is a direct result of inflationary policies pursued by both Biden and Trump and mass immigration for 60 years. It's not because suddenly we started deporting people.
Not
supposedly
work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Schroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one.
That's the
You're
policy.
Going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is he says there's a war on the other side of the planet.
Well, that's true.
That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks.
I love our heritage Black Americans. No, Nigerians.
We call them FBAs.
FBAs, I promise.
Foundational Black Americans, true.
Not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it
not
seems
quite
to be
the forever war.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
This is so okay. We bombed them in June, and we're promised that by bombing this underground facility, suddenly we're going to stop the nuke threat for forever. You know, it's so funny. I had real life discussions with people about this back in June, where I told them, I said, you really think that us bombing Fordow like this once is going to be the final solution to the nuke problem in Iran, assuming you even see that as a problem? We are literally just declaring a bomb Iran day. We're going to have to do this every fucking year until the end of time if you think this is a solution. And then what happens 8 months later? We have to bomb them again. It's so stupid. They just sell you the same bill of sale every time.
If it was just the bombing them, that wouldn't even be so bad, right? But now it's even worse.
Yeah.
Now we're in this protracted standoff where we have to have
keeps
all
escalating.
And shit. Yeah, it keeps escalating.
Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China.
Latinos keep food costs low. If it was cheaper, the farmers would have automated by now. No, the problem is that Latinos keep labor costs low so that farmers don't automate. Farmers would have automated 10 years ago. There are farms that have done it in the U.S. that had to automate like 10 years ago. And they didn't because we've kept labor costs low so that they didn't have to. If they had actually had a market impulse to automate 10 years ago with all the subsidies they get, and you tie it into R&D budgets and all this other shit we spend federal money on, they would have been automated unironically 10 years ago, and there would be none of this discussion about who's going to pick my cabbages.
They would literally have the robot drone tractors from Interstellar.
Well, yeah,
that's how it would literally be.
There are some farms right now that exist that started the automation process 5-6 years ago that literally are more efficient and cheaper than immigrant labor. But the problem is that, all these big farms have had this cheap labor to lean on instead of automating.
They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and forth. Now, I'm not a big supporter of foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing.
I think foreign wars are based if they're to our benefit.
Sucking off Trump and saying how important the war is. And look, just wait till he gets to the pedophile comments.
Yeah. Out something which is obvious. He also
is
says,
anything happening on the quartering front? No.
As long as he doesn't take off. Isaac Vanderbilt says for 2, unlike you, Jeremy is still reporting.
Oh, he's in the chat. He's in the chat.
Yeah, but
we can do Friday, Sunday. Oh my fucking God, quartering! You have one job. You're loaded right now. You're powered up.
But I could find Iran.
Just go in. Just go in. Just go in. He's in the chat.
5, called him out on X after he said you're.
He's like the only man that alcohol doesn't give courage to.
I know, for real, man.
Nerf, Flash, you have the wrong Aussie. Minor Zircon for 2. Holy Australian.
If Flash is smart, he'll press him here. He'll be like, "You're a coward. Come now. Oh, you're clear now. I'm ready."
What happened to her channel? That sucks. Hopefully.
Wait, so is Flash the one running?
Z Raider 5. Why won't either of you show your face? And Jeremy does. I've shown it a bunch of times.
I don't care about that. Just yell at each other.
I mean, I don't think it really helps him.
Flash, you got to press him. You got to tell him if he doesn't come in right now, he loses.
That was your shot. My channel seems like it's doing all right for me.
He does have the link, apparently.
I don't need to inflate it with fake bullshit.
Of course he does. He doesn't have to show us a quartering. If you don't join right now, I'm going to sick Templar.
Go his face.
I'm a sick Templar on your ass if you don't join right now. I guess Templar already hates quartering.
Templar's not going to do shit.
Well, he already does. No, actually,
Templar and quartering are like two peas in a pod.
Yeah, but Templar already shits on quartering. That's what the funny. That's funny thing.
Think in the comments. And Liam John Smith became a member. Gabriel Knight for 20 says, quartering versus Flash right now. Let's go.
Yes.
I'm going to bed. Actually, I'm going to go listen to Kino Casino.
Oh my God. Are you serious? You're going to cut the content so you can go watch the same 5 clips over and over again? Are you serious?
Bro, he's messaging Worski right now. Like, this is going to be the talking point. Oh, he cucked out. He cucked out.
Dude, to Mr. Mediker, where he said he was going to.
They're already building the. He says, "Oh, come on now! Oh, come on now!
Let's go! Let's go, Flash!" Dude, if Flash does not let him on now, he loses.
So
we're going to become Flash A-logs if he doesn't come on right now. If he doesn't let him on. Come on, Jeremy.
Anyway.
Take another shot.
See you guys.
No!
Oh! Oh, what a
I'm taking a screenshot of that.
What a faggot. What a fucking faggot. Holy shit. This is so gay, dude. He literally ended it so that dude, the casino it's still 30 minutes of intro. Like, bro, they literally ended it. He's in DMs with Worski right now.
I can't believe that. That's so bad.
Like, I would bet
people
anything.
better be calling him out.
I would fucking bet anything. He is talking to Worski right now in the stream, end the stream, end the stream. This is gonna be the top story. We're gonna run with this. He cucked out.
How can they call him a coward? I guess people just didn't see Quartering's last match. Like, I don't want to defend the Quartering, but we just saw that happen, right? Quartering was at the last message.
He would come on. He literally said it, and then Flash was immediately like, "Oh, I'm ending it."
All come
bro,
on now.
And that's the thing. We didn't. I don't even know that it was Quartering. Because remember when we first tuned in and he said, "Oh, Saturday, Sunday," and then the message before that said, "I'll come on," and it was almost like he said, "I'll come on," and then Yellow Flash was like, "No, we have to schedule it out." Like, I would have to watch that back.
Well, it went back and that aspect went back and forth. I am purely judging the fact that the last messaging Quartering said in the chat was, "All come on now," and then Flash turned the stream off.
Yeah,
because you're right. They were going back and forth.
Sketchy.
There was
look. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, it does seem a little bit.
Before. There was definitely cuckery before, on both sides, 100%. Because I saw it before. He was
straight on that, like, white on rice, 25 seconds.
It's because he knows. See, he's not all bad.
25 seconds.
He's not all bad.
Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise.
Does Sprayed have a new
exactly
E-Daddy?
What they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has.
Maybe that's why you didn't get blocked by Josh.
Surely I am now, right? Hold on.
Sprayed was putting in the good word for you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not
blocked. He said no, Josh. No, dude. He said no. That's my Oshi. You can't block him, Josh.
That's so bad, man. That's so bad. You are right, because earlier today, Quartering was trying to back out, and then I think he got, like, bullied back into it, and then in the chat, he was kind of going back and forth, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the last thing he said was, "All come on now," and Flash ended the stream. Like, that's really all that matters.
The amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So, as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein.
Sir, nothing about Epstein at this point is mythology. It was mythology.
Oh, he did tweet it out. He said, "I said 1v1, coward. Yellow Flash brought on at least 2 people to back him up."
Hold on.
Okay, so he did do what I said.
He did, but then he also at the end said that he would go on. No, that was 23 minutes ago. So yeah, he did go back and forth for a while, but in the end, he was there.
He was there. He said, "I'll come on," and that was the last message. That's what matters.
I'll come on now.
Epstein from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States.
Yes.
The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing.
The evidence we have is a literal global satanic. Like, bro? Are you serious? Still trying to defend like what the Epstein shit was about in 2026? Like, if this was 2014 with people posting about it on 4chan, I could kind of get why you'd be skeptical. You'd still be wrong, but like, this is ridiculous.
They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever.
He's doing Epstein was a Democrat hoax.
What do you mean there's nothing? There's millions of files that got released. There's the island. There's the pictures. There's everything. What are you doing? Imagine going into has Trump had a successful presidency debate and being like, you know, I'm not going to talk about net migration. I'm not going to like try to cope around the economy. You know what we're going to talk about? We're going to defend Epstein. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
What happened on the island?
Provide us with any evidence for that? Not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran.
So we're bombing Iran to end. Dude, this is okay. I hope everyone here realizes. Okay, here's a little lesson here. There are two primary schools of international policy thought: the realist school and the liberal school. For most of recent history, the realist school has been in charge. This is the idea that states only are trying to preserve themselves and they pursue direct national policy interests. This was the US's school of thought for pretty much the whole Cold War. We pretended it wasn't. We had this marketing that we were saving the world. But the real actual policy was realist, okay? Then what happened is we won the Cold War, and a new generation of people got into Foggy Bottom, which is the State Department.
Neocons.
Yes, neocons, who believed in this gay marketing that was only ever marketing. This is the liberal school of foreign policy. And what it believes is that if we all just hold hands and sing We Are the World, Michael Jackson, we can bring gay sex to Botswana, and everyone will mutually benefit. They essentially believe that there is such thing there is not like mutually exclusive foreign policy goals, that everybody can benefit all the time if we all work together and we're all gay enough. Okay, that was the foreign
I would
policy.
say now it's actually worse, because what we have is neocons without the ideology, meaning neocons without this idea that they're like doing better for the world, that they're like, Trump's like, no, we're actually just going to go in and bomb them and kill them.
Well, and I think the reason why that is because we're actually shifting back to the realist one. We're just in this weird intermediary stage where we get the worst of both. Because what we ended up finding out after losing wars against Dooncoons for 20 years is that, fighting random wars for these stupid like ideological reasons and believing in like the world system rather than the American empire, which are two very different things, actually doesn't achieve any goals. And so you lose in Iraq, you lose in Afghanistan, you lose in all these other we lost in more places. We lost in Mali. People don't talk about that, stuff like that. And so you start to see this shift again back towards the realist foreign policy. But what is so interesting to me is that Andrew Wilson here, who is supposed to be this like dissident right, whatever the fuck he calls himself, should be arguing from a realist foreign policy lens. He should be saying, what is our interest? What are we going for? But he won't be honest. He won't do that. He'll come in here and say, no, we're arguing because of marriage laws in Iran. He literally sounds no different than the people that got us involved in Somalia for nothing, or the people who got us involved in Rwanda for nothing. It's no different, this logic, even though supposedly this is the new
pretending.
Movement.
But he pretends to be anti the war.
Yes.
You know, he'll come out and say, by the way, guys, I'm against Zionism and I'm against
that's a total contradiction. You cannot tell me that that ideology alone is a valid reason to intervene in war and then also tell me that you are against this war. Because what I'm going to tell you next is, Wilson, is why aren't we invading all of Africa? Why aren't we invading most of the rest of the Middle East? Why aren't we invading North Korea? Why aren't we invading China? Because all these people are ideologically opposed. We can pick out examples of all the bad things that happen there. Oh, well, you tell me because you don't want Americans dying for this, or it doesn't fulfill our security goals. Okay, well, now you're a realist again. So what it sounds like to me is that you're a realist when you're criticizing the Democrats, but you're a liberal foreign policy when it comes to criticizing people who don't like what Trump is doing, and that is incoherent. It is completely incoherent.
This is like a debate, nigga. This is a guy who's always talking about how logical he is, and
because it's all fake. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
You want to talk about pedophiles?
Like, if he was really going to debate foreign policy, he should have said that at the outlets. Okay, yeah.
Here we go.
Child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming. You want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now.
Everywhere. Everywhere. I'm sorry, Andrew Wilson, but pedophiles exist everywhere. But there's only one, there's only one financial global world elite that managed to protect this network for this long. Like, the pedophiles in Iran are the sort of pedophiles that have been in country since the fucking there's no dark ages, but since the fucking beginning of time. Okay? It's not the same.
For pedophiles, that would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently. So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels.
But he wouldn't make that argument for Tel Aviv, right?
Not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them? Right? Owen Schroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that?
A whole country full of pedophiles.
Moving through some of these other problems, he says.
Hold on. What did he say?
It's a whole country full of pedophiles.
A whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb?
How about a whole country full of a genocidal apocalyptic communists like North Korea? They have a nuke. Why don't we invade them, Andrew Wilson? Oh, does Israel care about North Korea? Oh, how about Russia? Why didn't we nuke Russia in 1949? They were a much bigger threat, right? Why didn't we nuke China in 57 or 63, whatever it was?
They weren't pedophiles. They weren't all pedophiles.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
like
Beria,
Iran.
Yeah, Lavrenti Beria, the runner of the NKVD, the guy who ran a literal pedophile network in the Soviet Union for 20 years. Yeah, okay.
Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm obviously
moving through some of these.
I know. This is just so dishonest. This whole line of argumentation is so dishonest.
Other problems. She says the problems Republicans.
And it's just incoherent. It's not even dishonest in sort of like a crafty high elven way. It's dishonest in a you're not as smart as you think you are. Get back
You're
to
like
the
literally
table.
retarded for saying this.
Nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do.
You know what this is like?
Podcast.
This is like Chibi reviews. Yeah, people in chat are saying pedophile regime versus pedophile regime. It's like Chibi reviews versus Josh.
Yeah, that's just why, like, if you're going to have these foreign policy discussions, you really have to root them in national interests. You have to come in here and say, look, I agree with the war in Iran because it pursues this specific United States foreign policy interest. But instead, we're talking about Epstein. Instead, we're talking, like it's just, there's no, like, foundation here. I will see what Owen says, but, like, it's just ridiculous.
Indicated radio shows. He didn't do the podcast circuit. She didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that
Wilson is willing to be dishonest and bad faith just to win. That's the point, though. It'd be one thing if he was being dishonest and bad faith in sort of like a crafty way to win an argument, but he's not winning. Like, this is on its face
he
incoherent.
Looks retarded.
This is on its face incoherent.
Everybody that's the problem. Like, why does he bother saying like the war isn't for Israel? Like, everybody knows. Even the people who are pro the war basically know it's for Israel and will, defend that.
Well,
we have to defend our ally, but it's like
honest,
we have to kill the pedophiles. Like, what?
Like I said, if Andrew Wilson was being honest, like actually coherent in his worldview, he'd come in here and say, "Look, guys, I think that Iran having a nuclear weapon is a prominent foreign policy threat to the United States, and here are my reasons. I also think that regime change in Iran would achieve these goals." And here's my list. Here's what I think it would achieve. And here are the costs that I think the U.S. should be willing to pay to achieve those goals. And anything above those costs, it no longer is like something coherent, something logical. Because I've heard people make that argument. I disagree, and there's ways to argue against it. But that would at least be coherent. But to just come in here and be like, they're a nation ruled by pedophiles and we'll nuke them from orbit with God's will. It's like, this is literally what they were saying before Iraq.
That she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on the stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. 15 seconds. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on.
He's not.
It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after...
Trump ripped up Obama's idea with Iran, though? Yeah, and that was stupid, too.
The SPLC right this second.
I actually don't care if Iran has nukes. I've said this before. I think just from a purely geographic perspective, if we did not have a relationship with Israel, Iran would be our ideal Middle Eastern ally because they have no territorial claims. They are demographically and for the most as far as in a civilizational sense, politically stable. And they allow us to have some go-between within the Middle East, which is not a primary theater for us. The Middle East should not be so important for us.
Yes.
They
used to be our ally.
Yes, and they used to be our ally. And honestly, when we're living in a world where North Korea has nukes, when fucking Pakistan has nukes, and India has nukes,
India, for Christ's sake,
you're either all in or all out. Like if we were gonna go,
India scares me more than fucking Iran.
Well, Pakistan especially, because they're literally a feudal government.
But they said that they would nuke India, so well, that's kind of base.
Yeah. I guess my point is that if we're gonna make the choice to go on full American empire, the time to have started nuking people was 1945, and I'm not even kidding. We should have nuked Russia right after World War II to prevent them from getting nukes, and then we would have prevented anyone from getting nukes. But we didn't make that choice, probably for humanitarian reasons. Fair enough. And so if we're not going to make that choice, you cannot expect these nations that we have decided to isolate to not develop the final foreign policy solution,
and especially when they're being fucking menaced, they're being terror bombed, they're being sanctioned. It's like we are driving them. If we weren't doing that to them, they probably wouldn't. Well, okay, maybe they would, but
they're seeking the final form of sovereignty
on the list.
They're seeking the final form of sovereignty because the United States the American empire has not afforded them sovereignty, economic sovereignty, in the same way it has other nations. Sometimes for good reasons, but the natural consequence of that is going to be that they seek another form of sovereignty, which is nuclear sovereignty. That's why, North Korea got it. That's why China got it. That's why Iran got it. And ultimately, when you're looking at the different theaters of the world by importance to the United States, the Middle East is basically only above Africa. For real. It's not that important. It really isn't. The only part of the Middle East that's actually really important is the Red Sea, essentially. The Suez and the Red Sea.
Yeah, that would be true if fucking Israel didn't exist.
Or we just didn't, tie ourselves to Israel. And then, assuming we didn't tie ourselves to Israel.
Nuke, Israel, honestly, it should just... I can't say
I
it.
know. I
you know what I'm going to say, but imagine if that happened.
What should happen? So during the Oblivion Crisis, the Somerset Isles, their giant tower, their Imperial Tower, their version of it got destroyed by Mayron's Dagon, then almost sank the island. Okay, something like that. With the thing with Israel though is honestly, I don't even think we'd have to do anything if we just divested from the Middle East in all ways except for
Israel is fucked. Israel is
long term, yes,
totally
or medium
fucked
term
without Big Daddy. Both. They will be majority Mizrahi. They are already a fucking Arab nation. Their competency is going to literally plummet in, I don't know, the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah. The numbers just don't
totally screwed.
And it makes you wonder,
demographically.
And I talked about this with a guy on Twitter. I was like, okay, fair enough. So we support Israel. What foreign policy, what interest of the United States, and exclusively the U.S.'s, is served by our support of Israel? No one can tell me. But with Iran, it would be so that we have some regional, basically, go-between for when we do need to negotiate access to Hormuz and the Red Sea. And essentially, you also prop up Egypt, because Egypt is notoriously unstable because it's so top-heavy. But other than that, you shouldn't have... you look at where Israel is. You know why Israel causes so many issues? It's not just because it's filled with tiles. That's a big part of it. It's because there are three main power centers in the Middle East.
The problem with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
There's three major power centers in the Middle East. There will always be an empire in the Middle East in Anatolia, Egypt, and Iran. Whatever you're going to call them, whatever religion they are, it doesn't matter. They're always going to be there. And they will always fight a battlefield over, essentially, where Palestine is. The first recorded battle in human fucking history, the Battle of Kadesh, took place between the Hittites in Anatolia and the Egyptians in Egypt. Because that was the highway.
Egypt is a complete hellhole. So,
well, yeah, the problem with Egypt is that it's like really unstable. I mean, they almost had a Muslim Brotherhood government like in 2015, and their army had to.
Do you ever see those like massive, like overhead shots of Egypt?
And it looks like AI, but it's not.
Yeah, it's like a total nightmare. Like there's this massive, massive population of slums. It's like 100x like the Brazil's favela.
Deadeye says, I guess, how do you root out all compromise as real support? I mean, it's already happening. The fact of the matter is the fact that there are such strong headwinds on both the far right and the far left to the point where it's not even far anymore that are sick and tired of this Israel. Like, it's so practical because the fact is that as the American empire becomes less stable globally and it has to actually care, it has to actually be careful with its resources. It has to actually, like fight to keep what it has. Like the fat gets cut. The fat gets cut really fucking fast. And so like there's been a lot. The fact that it hasn't been cut by now just speaks to the immense influence of like AIPAC and all of these other groups. But you're already seeing that shift, and it's going to become eventually. It's like with student loan debt. It's like with housing costs. A lot of this stuff as the electorate changes, not just the way they think, but what they're being affected by, what their recent memory is. It will become too politically attractive to be, because here's the thing, there's only so much money can do for a politician. Like it does a lot, but at a certain point, politicians care about one thing above all else, and it's getting reelected because there's no principles to it. And when 70% of the electorate is like fuck Israel, which is what we're heading towards, it's moved 20 points in 3 years. All it's going to take is it will shift, and it's not going to be radical. It's not going to be we launch a nuke at Tel Aviv. It's going to be more moderate than that. But that's all that it really needs to happen.
They're just going to be cut off. But
yeah,
right,
exactly.
Cut off. That's all
that needs to happen, and that's all that needs to happen.
It's their own fault. I mean, they replaced their support base in this country as America became browner. These people they don't give a rat's ass about high elves, their interests. They replaced the noble Nord population that was supporting them, to keep the analogy.
Yeah, totally. And I think as far as is it going to take care of itself? I mean, sort of in a broad sense. Obviously, you have to do something, right? But I'll tell you this: one thing that's making it happen slower is stupid guys like Andrew Wilson, who are so loyal to this, quote, administration when that's going to be gone. The fact that guy at this age has such small political memory, I'm pretty sure I'm half the age of Andrew Wilson, and it's just these politicians come and go, dude. Every election is not the last election. You're tying your horse to Trump, who's not even going to be able to run his third term. Okay, maybe he does a coup and becomes emperor or whatever, but honestly, he's not going to be the guy. In Trump, 4 years, it's going to be someone else. And so when you tie your boat to him rather than actual anything that can be logically defended or principles or whatever, this is just slowing down this natural trend for what? For what? A dead candidate, essentially a politically dead candidate? Are you serious?
Because it's not about politics. It's about money, but it's also it's a culture. Trump had a bigger impact culturally than he really did politically in a lot of ways. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I you know what I think it is? I think it's that Andrew has gone from sector shitter chatter to on this stage during Trump because of Trump. Indirectly because of Trump, because of the culture and everything and being part of that. And so he feels like he has to defend him and that's his guy because he can't think more than two. These guys, it's like this shit with, this is going to be a weird comparison. It's like this shit with Christian. So when Christian got arrested, everybody's like, wow, it's a crazy way for this is the way the arc to end. And I made a post on Kiwi Farms where I'm like, this is not the way life works. The credits don't roll, right? This guy's still going to be alive in 10 years, even if he goes to jail for 5 years or whatever. The story is not over. But with guys like Andrew Wilson, they think that, oh, well, this is the guy who got me here. He's my guy. I got to defend him because there's going to be nothing afterwards. There's like no day after tomorrow for someone like Andrew Wilson. He can't think that far ahead. And so when he bases his entire argumentation, his entire political feeling, rather than political position on I love Trump, fuck the Democrats, it's how you get into these weird positions where you're supposedly the pro-Trump guy who literally ran on, at least allegedly, a realist foreign policy of no new wars, and now you're sitting here and talking about women's rights in Iran.
As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way, just pointing that out.
Deep state. Take me back.
Owen,
yeah, for real.
Rebuttal as well. Floor is all yours, Owen.
All right. Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty.
Exactly. Thank you for going back to June.
We were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated.
Exactly. They promised that, and it didn't happen. Thank you.
Their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think, accurately as just...
Iran repeatedly refused ceasefires for 8 years with Iraq. Okay. Are you referring to the Iran-Iraq war? Because that was Saddam's Iraq. Now, do you know why we invaded Iraq? Here's a little history lesson. Do all of you know why we invaded Iraq in 2003? A lot of people say it's because of Israel. It is, but a lot of people don't seem to understand why Israel had an interest in us invading Iraq. Here's why. Because after we invaded Iraq in 1992 over Kuwait, which I think was actually justified, Saddam felt so weakened and so desperate that he actually was starting to turn towards his perennial enemy of Iran. Why? Because he had massive sectarian issues in Iraq, because Iraq is basically evenly split between Sunnis and Shias. And so that's why you started seeing Saddam start building giant mosques. That's why he started. He made a Quran written in his own blood, and saying that he was
converted.
He basically said that he was no longer a Ba'athist, which was originally a secular movement. He started saying that he was like a Muslim leader, and he started to orient towards Iran, because they were the only people in the region that could help him keep stability with his Shia population. That is why in 1992, Netanyahu started with what is it called? Movement for a New American Century, started lobbying for invading Iraq, because Israel was afraid of what would happen if Iraq and Iran started to develop closer relations. So then we invade Iraq, and what happens? We create a giant shit show, and then ISIS shows up. Who actually fought ISIS? Who defeated ISIS in Iraq? It wasn't us. It was Shia militias, funded and supplied by Iran. You know how you know this? Go look at pictures of Mosul. Go look at pictures of Baghdad. To this day, they have pictures of the fucking Ayatollah on the streets and Shia militia heroes and shit. Because in their view, they saved Iraq from ISIS. And so when you say that like Iran repeatedly frees ceasefires with Iraq, Iran can cause a global depression, a recession is already baked in. First of all, we don't get most of our oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Neither does Europe. Now, it does create like supply constraints and cause like depression and stuff, but this is also why we shouldn't have been fucking with them like this in the first place. This is why we never should have created a stand-up off over Hormuz. You know who was fine with the Strait of Hormuz being open until now? Iran. They kept it open through all of this, even through June. You realize that we bombed their facilities in June, they still didn't close it? It's only when we started talking about regime change, which again, the ultimate interest of every state is survival. It is self-preservation. The minute you start talking about regime change, everything is off the table. And so then that's when they finally close Hormuz. Like all of these issues in this region, you talk about the axis of resistance that Iran has built. And that's supposedly the reason why we should fight them. Okay, Lebanon. Why is Lebanon fucked up? Because Israel invaded it in 1989 and destabilized it. And when we told them to leave in the 90s, they refused. Okay, then they invaded again in 2007 and got their ass kicked by Hezbollah, which only exists because of that initial invasion. And that only strengthened Hezbollah. So that's one of the axis of resistance. Yemen.
I mean, Hezbollah got their balls blown off.
Energy markets are global. I agree. I talked about this in a previous stream. That
I don't know. The axis of resistance has proven quite incompetent.
Well, sure. I'm not talking about their competence. I'm just saying, like, one of the arguments about Iran is that we have to fight them because of the axis of resistance. The argument I'm trying to make here is that the axis of resistance only exists because of our support for Israeli and their proxies' intervention.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, this whole fucking thing like only exists like all of this.
And to answer, energy markets are global. I explained this on the Jim Snipe that I agree that because demand is fixed, a reduction in supply anywhere fucks it up. Which is why I followed that up by saying that Iran did not close Hormuz. We closed Hormuz by saying that we would do regime change. Iran kept it open through all of this shit for 20 years. Because they benefit from selling oil. It's the same reason why Russia wanted to keep selling oil through the Ukraine war. So that's not it. So that's Lebanon. So then we have Yemen. Why do the Houthis exist? Well, maybe because the Saudis have been intervening in their civil war for like 10 years and fucking all that up. And also the Houthis are actually one of these groups I actually think we should fight because they're fucking with the Red Sea. And then obviously you have the militias in Iraq, which I already explained.
The Houthis are actually really based, by the way.
They might be based like rhetorically, but as far as just like pure interest based, we should blow them up because they're fucking with the
Yeah, they almost shot down a fucking F-35. Like they're actually surprisingly competent.
Well, they're resilient, that's for sure. And if the Taliban have taught us anything, sometimes that's all you need.
Regime change war.
You know how I feel about Syria.
For Iran's leadership, you're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that.
I'm not going to drop my hot takes on ISIS.
This is a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base.
I don't love ISIS, but like
part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East. Wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016, and he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows what's happening. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia,
that is white Sharia.
I'd like to think that that's the play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia and away from the United States because of Trump's aggression again in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration. But this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals.
At least he didn't fully cuck to Netanyahu because Netanyahu wanted Iraq divided into several countries. Yeah, but the problem is we essentially ended with Iraq divided into several countries because we shattered. Iraq is several countries right now. You realize that, right? Like Kurdistan, like the Kurdish region of Iraq is by all definitions independent. And then the northwestern part of it
dealt with.
Like Mosul,
there was this group that tried to deal with the Kurds.
Well, Saddam
what was their name?
Saddam did.
Well, I know, and Saddam was super base. Saddam was like awesome. I'm totally pro Saddam, but like there was this other group. What were they called?
And like the other issue with that premise, like
is that ISIS.
We ended up with something worse than it being divided into several countries officially, which is that it is a basically fractured country under the prominent leadership of Iran itself. Because that's the thing that you start to understand about Israel is that they can do all these cool like immediate operations like the pager shit, but as far as long-term foreign policy, they're legitimately retarded. Like a lot of the times they
just want to kill as many Muslims as possible, like when they do these kinds of things.
Like they want us to invade Iraq for the reasons I already explicated, but then created like an even worse problem, even just for themselves by doing that.
Well, kind of. I mean, that's why I said it was good for Syria for Syria to be taken over by Jelani, because like. Now Syria is a united country. Like they have taken over the whole country. They have united control over it. Now they can start to rebuild.
The Alawites?
Well, you know what? The Alawites have their own fucking problems. And the Alawites are like a minority population anyway. But the point I'm making is that like these countries, when they're like torn up in constant warfare, like they're not real countries. Like they cannot provide meaningful resistance to Israel. And that's how they like it.
Yeah.
Assad was a complete failure. Like that's why Israel liked Assad.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that they like all this chaos because the problem is like the chaos is good for them in the short term, but like long term, it does create, I think, more problems than it solves, which is why the minute they don't have a big hammer to call in, which is where this is increasingly going, all that chaos is just going to create like a massive refugee crisis that they won't just be able to dump on Europe because the support is not there. That was my big worry with Iran, is that if they succeeded in even half their goals, and there ended up being some kind of like IRGC regular army civil war, which was an option. Like that could have happened if Iran was less competent. The refugee crisis that would have created would have probably then destabilized all of Syria because they would have had to go that way, and it would have just been a massive disaster.
Well, and another thing is Russia basically got kicked out of Syria too.
Yeah. They lost their bases in the Mediterranean.
Right, and that's not only a good thing for us, but it's a good thing because Russia is fucking allied with Israel. You know, there's a reason why Syria had fucking S-400s and all this fucking air defense, and yet Israel could just literally bomb whatever they want because the Russians turned it off. Like the Russians would not let them shoot down fucking Israeli jets. Yeah. It was like a total scam.
Yeah, Russia is was more. I would say it's kind of moving the other way, just only recently. More aligned with Israel than people kind of talk about. All right, I'm going to play this and piss.
Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying, and yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me, and I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms.
Yeah, a lot of these like resistance people are like pro-Russia, and it's like, listen, Russia is totally
nuclear proliferation.
There's no other way around.
They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it.
You know who else is pro-Israel? Ukraine.
Because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many instances of
this.
Did
you hear
now,
that?
The Epstein files, I don't
that.
know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me.
The chat is saying you're pro-Israel.
You say, show me evidence
I don't know how you could think that after that whole
ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files. Not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be.
That was like a big red pill for me, was that like the Ukraine war was like it's just like an inner high conflict.
And people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country.
That's why they both support Israel, like they both.
Of which we don't even have the entire
Zelensky's
file.
obviously,
but
like,
in them we see references, what appear to be killing people.
I was talking about how like a lot of like resistance
women,
people are pro-Russian.
Babies as sex
slaves. They don't understand that like Russia is like an ally of
code language.
Israel.
I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through this cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second.
Owen is just so much more charismatic. Like he's so much less
what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up.
The fact that you even have to waste time on Epstein for this topic in particular is retarded. And it's only because Andrew Wilson decided to spend half his time on it.
Talked about for years.
And time with that.
This guy's like, I won.
The crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets
here we go.
too
Crossfire.
rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So the floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last...
Who cares? It happens, so it blows your point out.
Story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church.
Oh, no!
What does this have to do with anything?
No!
Okay, but the problem is, if you're going to say this, okay, fair enough, Andrew Wilson. Let's say that issue is worse. Okay, let's talk about public school teachers. You want to purge them? They're in our own country. And they offend at a higher rate than almost any other group. Or how about, Andrew Wilson, rabbis? Because they offend at the highest rate. Really? You want to play this game? You want to play this fucking escalation game? Like, you could do that.
Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps, or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that...
Also, it's like global. Like, he's accounting global numbers, where it's like,
pedophiles.
The 200 is Israel
true.
specifically
So
repatriating
way,
these.
though.
You know,
we have passport
one
bros
country.
who go, they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come
Not
back
to
here.
defend the Catholic.
It's the same
Church,
exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no...
Well, this is just like a classic issue. Like, if we're talking, for some reason, we're talking about proportions of pedophiles when this should just be about whether Trump's presidency is successful. But the fact is that if you're going to bring this point up, then the next logical question is, what about rabbis and what about public school teachers? Especially public school teachers, because that's something Trump could actually impact, being public employees.
No official right.
Or at least his party could, like they're proxies in the state governments.
There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation...
You do that, Dog Zero?
What the fuck is this?
You repent? The Catholic Church is
what
pedophilia.
The fuck? Well, all these groups that have authority figures have like a pedophilic problem. This is not like a uniquely Catholic thing. But why did you hear what
you apologize? Apologize, Dog Zero.
Did you hear what he just said here? He's like, oh well, when you bring up like Andrew is the one who brought Epstein and pedophiles into this. He was the one who said that this war is to destroy a pedophile government. This is just a lie.
We'll sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation...
How is it a red herring if it's true?
The red herring.
You only brought up Israeli repatriation because you said we're fighting this war because all of Iran is pedophile. This is so gay. The only reason we're even talking about this is because you brought it up in your opening statement, Andrew. Your opening statement, the third thing you said, after you gave a couple concessions, was that we're fighting the war in Iran because it's a nation of pedophiles. That is the only reason we're talking about this.
Red herring happens when
Didn't you admit it's hundreds?
When you say, hey, wait a second. Yeah, hundreds.
So it's a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
No, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude. Hold
on a second. You just admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in.
Yes.
So they are very
that's
well
not
aware.
in every instance.
So it's
So they are very well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was an Australian case I'm sure you're familiar with.
This is so stupid. This is such a dumb thing to waste the time in the debate about.
Lots of them are just suspected.
It is this is a red herring. The fact that we're only talking about pedophilia at all because of his ridiculous claim. Like, you know what he did? He dropped the rhetorical flashbang with the whole Iran is all pedophiles thing. So that now we have to talk about who's the bigger pedophile between the U.S., the Catholic Church, like your school system, like whatever, instead of talking about the actual issue here, which is whether Trump has succeeded in his primary goals as president. This is so retarded. This is such like meta, like someone said on Twitter, like meta theory of debate shit.
Who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course. But you're going to find...
give me a comparable story.
Oh, now
this year
Dixon's
in the Catholic
A-logging
Church.
me in the chat again.
Show me the Catholic Church.
Because I dared to question the Catholic Church.
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about? To allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every.
Yes, you are supposed to remember.
What does the Catholic Church have to do with any of this?
It doesn't. That's my point. It's a flashbang. He brought the pedophile thing as a flashbang. Not only that, but I honestly, if this debate had been different, I would agree with Andrew here that like asking me to bring up an exact case like within the Catholic Church is dishonest. The problem is Andrew set that condition by saying, "I want to know the numbers on the Israeli thing," and then trying to get a point on him for that.
I just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF security official,
that the
fled
Catholic
to Israel.
Church
That actually was crazy.
No, I just said they do.
Do you remember that story?
All day long.
Then why are you?
But we're talking about the
Tom
Trump
Alexandrovich, like some high-level Israeli intelligence official, literally got arrested for like trying to meet up with a child, and then they just let him go.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they were like,
do that with everything. Jackson Pollard, all that stuff. Like
Epstein files. That's what we're talking about.
So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration.
He just named one.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims.
Exactly.
But I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied.
No, you have to call Trump a pedophile, or else
he got
you
caught
lose.
He took his family there. This was after Epstein.
He
had
just
already
gave you a
been
name, by the
convicted
way,
pedophile.
Andrew.
Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair.
Are you even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what?
What do you mean that guy? You don't know who Harry
is? Answer the question before
we can
you
talk about
obfuscate.
it. We can talk about Donald Trump. Hold on a second.
Are you going to call that guy a pedophile?
Like
have I called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer is no.
The reason I'm getting clarification is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology.
Who made the Bible, Jumanji Joe?
Based Jumanji Joe. So
there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that I always
You are the one who demanded the exact no.
Oh my never demonstrate. Why?
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time there was media scrutiny that this was a pedophilic island?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Epstein had already
People have been talking about it for 10 years.
Are you saying this guy took his
I don't
kids to the
understand
island
why he's like trying to defend
Andrew,
this.
Does Andrew not know that Epstein was literally convicted for a pedophile-related conviction
Dude, he
in 2012?
thinks, yes, listen, look, he's going to press it.
He
By the
denied
way, again, by the way,
he denied
this again
he
is
lied.
Absence of evidence means that that's evidence. That's not evidence.
He doesn't think that he was convicted. Like,
I'm not sure.
Epstein was convicted in 2012.
He took his kids.
No, he's gonna press Owen because he's retarded.
Because even if I grant the particular, you won't actually call the guy a pedo because you don't have evidence. You never have evidence, just claims. Claim.
I can confidently say Epstein was a pedophile.
I'm willing to see a bunch of points to you. If you can show me some evidence of it, happy to do it.
So
Trump was,
hang
on, I'm almost done. Trump was actually right. He claimed that the Democrats were going to use the
Democrat plot.
That Trump's a pedophile. Trump's covering for pedophiles. The whole 9 yards. He says, yeah, that's a hoax. Whole thing's a damn hoax, and it is. The whole damn thing is a hoax. They've been calling this guy a pedophile. You just said he's named in the how many times has he named?
Wait, Andrew is still on the "it's a hoax" line
in
2026.
Yes, he literally thinks that, dude.
Even Trump's admin isn't on "it's a hoax" anymore. That's why they finally had to release like at least some of the files. What is this guy doing?
He's like, was Epstein convicted? Or he says something like that. He thinks that Epstein wasn't convicted. Like, what's
watch. Crazy too is that like Andrew could have gone through this entire debate without talking about Epstein. Like he could have done that, and he should have. But instead, he was the one who brought it up. He was the one who initially brought it up, and then then also like invited the comparison by calling Iran a regime of pedophiles, and that's why we're fighting them. This is just so like low IQ debate bro behavior, where you're both trying to be the debate bro, but you're also bad at it.
In the Epstein files, that's a
retarded.
Democrat talking point. But what's he named in the Epstein files for actually doing? What?
Well, there are FBI investigations that have some pretty serious claims. They never
not
manifested
credible.
anything.
They
That's fine.
literally
That's
say
fine.
not credible.
So we're not here to have a debate over the Epstein files. But I
brought
do,
it up as
but
a
I
reason
do
he's a
find it
failure.
odd. No, you are the ones that brought it up. But I do find it odd
Dude,
that
it's
you're going to
crazy.
pretend like Howard Lutnick didn't lie about going to the island after Epstein was convicted and took his kids.
Second paragraph of his Wikipedia page. Hold on. In 2005, they began investigating Epstein after a parent reported they had paid her 14-year-old. Prosecutors.
Oh, he says because it was like sex trafficking, like it wasn't pedophilia.
No. He was guilty.
No, he says like, was he convicted for pedophilia?
Yes.
And then he was like,
Yes.
no, it was sex
Yes.
trafficking. Oh,
he was
got him.
charged with procuring a minor, not prostitution, procuring a minor, specifically a minor.
It's like it gets crazier.
Tell me, hold on a second.
It doesn't help your
Are
point.
you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that Donald Trump was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
He was initially.
You
friends
decide
with
you can
Jeffrey.
get debating this is a trash point defense. Sure, yeah, I agree. He's just also doing a really bad job.
Hang on, he banned him from his properties.
It's like
and he was
imagine
also
dying
front and
on the hill
center
of Epstein.
at pointing out to people that
No,
Epstein
it's worse than that. Imagine being the one to bring Epstein into it and the issue of pedophilia, and then dying on the hill.
was a creep.
He should have avoided. Like he could have tried to avoid
everything that's
it.
mentioned in the files. Michael Tracy has done great work on this. He's gone through them ad nauseum.
So
The
have I.
things which are put in there about Trump
my goodness.
are ridiculous on their face,
Hold
and
on
the
a
claims
second.
from various people about Trump are noted inside of these files most of the time as being not credible at all.
Here's what's credible. Alex Acosta is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal. It was so bad of a deal that they had to re-examine it and re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein and put him back in jail in New York City,
Which administration did that happen
where he
under?
was ultimately killed.
Yeah, which administration did that happen under?
The Trump
That's not the point. Well, yeah, that too. Also, that wouldn't be the point. The point is arguing whether Epstein was known to be a pedophile, like significantly before this.
That's right. He got
It's actually
rearrested
starting
under
to
the
look a
Trump
little more
administration.
suspicious. It's actually starting to look a little more suspicious now. Yeah.
How is that more suspicious? So
He died in jail.
What administration
How
did
did he die
Acosta?
in jail?
What administration did Acosta?
Trump's.
Was he in when he cut the deal?
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office.
Yeah.
Acosta was an attorney.
Whose administration was that?
He doesn't know.
Obama's. Obama. So Obama.
Yeah, he really doesn't know.
We have Acosta goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart
Look at him
deal,
fumbling. He's
right,
flustered.
Under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they rearrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
I don't know. At least that Obama got him convicted. I don't know. That's better than Trump did.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
He really doesn't. He like doesn't know the background of this. He's just arguing.
No,
pure
go ahead,
semantics.
pause it. Go back. Listen to what he just says.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know the story at all. He doesn't know this at all, and he's purely arguing. Do you hear him the way he's talking? Where he's just like, "Well, what admin? What?" Like he's trying to tease out,
Not knowing the Epstein story at this point.
He is trying to tease out what happened from Owen by doing this argumentation. Like that's so bad.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
he wasn't even
hold on.
accused of pedophilia.
He wasn't even accused of pedophilia.
So yeah, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know the
What
fact
is
that Epstein
this nigga talking about.
that Epstein was a convicted pedophile for 10 years before any of this shit happened as far as in the public eye.
Oh, what he was accused
It's
of
like,
was
how
localized
do you
trafficking of
what is
porn.
the excuse for that? How do you not know in 2026?
I don't know.
It
Because
was
he's
the
stupid.
biggest story.
No, I'll tell you why. It's because Andrew is one of these guys who thinks that if you know the formalistic way to debate, it means you can debate anything. The problem is Andrew both doesn't know the material and doesn't know the form. So it's just ridiculous. Like, because I could tell what he was doing here with a couple of these questions. He was trying to tease out what the story is because he realized he didn't really know. The problem is this is such a core issue to his own point from the very opening statement that you cannot not know this.
Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay, so your stance is
your
stance is Epstein was not a pedophile, and there's nothing in the Epstein files. Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My
then what's your position?
Is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the debate. I'm not
don't
here
have
to,
evidence.
I mean, you're on.
Is it a failure of Trump's
This is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then it's part of the debate.
There should be dozens of.
Owen is just flabbergasted.
I know. He's just like, why did you even make it about this?
Exactly. They've redacted names.
Who should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
what does
to
that
know.
mean?
The chat is shitting on
pedophiles.
Because
why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you had done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the
And
research
no pedophiles
on this.
go to jail.
Michael
Which pedophile should go to
Tracy's done
jail?
the
The ones that they've
research.
redacted. So
What are their
Oh my
names?
God.
So
You didn't
Epstein
do your due
trafficked
diligence.
kids,
Also, I didn't know Epstein was convicted pedophile for 10 years.
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files.
Prince
What are you
Andrew.
talking about?
Files
You
don't
can
even
see-
indicate-
Prince
you can
Andrew.
see
He admitted
in
it.
the
Prince
emails, he says,
Andrew.
I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian. It's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as you know. Show me some evidence.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second.
What is
Absence of
this?
evidence is
Are
not
you
evidence. Do you agree with
retarded?
that?
There's
What do you
nothing.
mean?
Your
The
logic
sky
against
is
you. If
red.
you're saying
I
my
swear
logic
it's
is
red.
not
Look at it right
Okay, so
now. It's red.
I'll accept
You
this
have
one.
no
So Epstein
evidence.
was not a pedophile. He was not
It's not
trafficking
red.
children to anybody. He was not friends with
I'm willing
Trump.
to see
They're
that
not
Trump-
covering up.
I'm willing
They're
to
not covering
see-
up the files.
I'm willing to see the
I'm willing
distinction
to
between the
see.
mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested
There's so
under
much
Trump.
evidence.
Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress also
after
pushed for it.
after they redacted them for weeks, they still have.
Yeah, after they went back and forth
They still haven't
twice.
released
He was
everything
like,
yet.
no, we
How would
shouldn't
Trump
release them. It's a
unredact-
It's a
Democrat
hoax.
hoax. It's a
Well, they shouldn't be
distraction.
redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, "Hey,
No.
unredact these."
No.
names."
That's the judicial branch.
No,
That's
he
a different branch
can't.
of government.
And he can
Trump-
call them. And tell them about
No, Andrew, sorry, but all the files are under the custody of the FBI, which is under the purview of, it may be the judicial branch, but there's this thing called, delegate, like, well, it should be non-delegation doctrine. That's the preferred position. But the current position is basically that Congress has delegated powers that it itself holds to the executive. That's why the president has power to appoint the FBI and order it to do stuff. So no, they totally could have done that.
Classified documents.
It's a
Not
different
allowed to do
branch
that
of
with
government,
redactions.
Dog Zero.
Those redactions are going through the
You must be
judiciary. So
retarded.
what should Trump do?
Basically, what
He can
Andrew
easily-
Wilson
not
just
be
said there
familiar
is,
with
I
debates.
watched the Schoolhouse Rock episode about the different branches of government, and because it says Department of Justice, it means that the president doesn't have power, even though there's been 60 years of fucked up constitutional jurisprudence since then.
He can easily declass. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified.
In
They're
the same
redacted.
breath, he'll
Why
say,
aren't they
"Why
released?
He did
Why is
release
it
them,
Pam
not all
Bondi
millions of
doing
documents. Not all of
anything?
them. And not only that,
Why is
again,
it
how
Pam
would you
Bondi
get them
arresting
unredacted?
these
Tell me.
people?
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he would get
released.
them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators.
I don't think
and
he
you-
knows he's lying. I think he just doesn't know at all. And so he just takes the position of pro-Trump and is desperately trying to, like, cope around it.
Simply read the names that are
Nigga
redacted.
is
That's
just
all you got.
You
retarded.
mean like they
Yeah,
did?
that's
in
what I
front of
mean.
Press Club,
I
and
think
those
he's just
poor guys
he
who weren't
just
actually
doesn't
pedophiles,
actually
got
have a
calls and
large
threats
knowledge
and
base
everything
about
else.
this
That
topic.
happened to one guy.
Yeah,
That
but
happened
I
to
mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people.
You
who
don't
aren't
even
related
have to
it.
like
This is the problem.
autistically
So
know
this is good.
how
So
the
you're- so
government
you're
works. Like
satisfied
you
with
just
the
have to
Epstein
like
I
open,
didn't
like
say
watch what
satisfied, but I'm
happens in
pointing
real
out
life
that
and know
I'm
that
not
like
willing
yeah,
to make-
Trump
I'm
could
not
release
willing to
these.
make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them. You can't tell me
it's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I want
the
all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell
all
me any
the
of
files.
this.
What do you mean the victims go in front of Congress every freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes for the open dialogue.
Can we talk
though
about
this
Iran?
is- It's been.
Can we talk about
epic
anything
so
real?
far. I just
Can we
want to
talk
share
about
there are other
immigration? Can we talk
topics
about
want to
why
cover.
we're fighting this
Let's
war?
go back. Let's go back to Iran.
I
Another W for
Epstein Files is
like just talk about anything real.
a debacle and a disaster for
The
President
releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's
absence of evidence is not
you have no evidence of
absence.
The United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open.
He's purely arguing in like this formalistic philosophical sense about an actual issue for which not only were there actual victims, but which will never have perfect knowledge about and have to make we have to determine what we think actually happened. Because the problem is the alternative to Andrew is that we never know anything that happens. No one knows what goes on in the email. Like, if you take Andrew's position here, you can never fight the deep state, whatever you want to call it, the swamp or whatever, because you can never actually like judicially prove everything. Even though we all know what happened, like we've seen thousands of documents attesting to it. We've seen these connections and whatnot.
Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places. That didn't happen. He wasn't working
we get it. You watched
Maxwell,
that
the daughter of
episode.
Yes, he worked with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, asking questions, not providing evidence.
So why does he do that?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence?
Are we still on this? About the nature of evidence?
It's an event. This is a televised event.
Yeah, but what's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein?
Why are there cameras here? Is that evidence?
He wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses?
What?
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally
show me the secret cameras.
No.
He
Have you not even looked through the documents?
With monitors in his mansion.
Yeah, there's pictures.
One specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not on all of his properties, and not in the Florida properties. And those
I love
are the ones where he got
this is so funny. So not only the moderator, but Owen himself tried to move off this topic. That he's clear, like Andrew's clearly losing. They tried to both move off. They're like, hey, let's move on. We'll stipulate to whatever. And Andrew has somehow still managed to wrap it back around to being about Epstein, to defending Epstein.
He's like a retarded bulldog.
This is like Gator. This is like, I don't even know.
Gator. All these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence that Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring? Or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay.
We have indirect evidence. We have what you call circumstantial evidence, and you can convict on circumstantial evidence even in our legal criminal system, and we don't need to get to that standard.
Absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not of pedophilia.
Yes.
Yes, he was. Isn't this crazy,
bro,
man?
This is like getting into an early
unbelievable.
Bro, this is like getting into an early church debate and not knowing the Council of Nicaea happened. Like some guys referring to what you're saying there was a creed that talked about this is just so it's ridiculous.
Was Maxwell convicted?
I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
when was
jail.
Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted
Brunel,
of pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
was Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was in 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia.
Procuring a minor.
Trafficking.
See, this is what I said.
So now you're saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But I think
that's underage.
Yeah, but the charge wasn't just procuring prostitution. It was procuring a minor. Which means he had to
like
know.
Even if the charge wasn't pedophilia, like if he has underage prostitutes, he's a pedophile. Like we don't.
So and the specific charge that he was convicted under requires you to know. Like it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not a strict liability offense.
Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah. There's.
Wait. So you're allowed to. Well, hold on. So you're allowed to assert that Epstein's a pedophile without direct evidence, but Owen is not allowed to assert that Trump has directly or indirectly facilitated a pedophile network without direct evidence. So which is it? Are we allowed to all understand that Epstein's a pedophile without direct evidence, like you just did? Or are we not allowed to assert that Trump facilitated said network, or at least people associated with Trump, or any of these other things that we're talking about? Oh, he just literally raped his own possession. He just destroyed it. Just nuked it from orbit.
There's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
I'm going to use an argument from
he killed himself in jail.
Honestly
nothing to see here, and we should probably
this is unbelievable.
I'm totally incredulous, but I have no evidence.
This is a person who
just because the economy is
the greatest. He's the most prominent Christian ethicist. That was his point. That was his exact quote. He is the most prominent Christian ethicist, and he can't even win a debate on Epstein. Even though a debate that's not even about Epstein, not really.
Another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have
Michael Tracy makes like better arguments. Like Michael Tracy can, even if you think he's full of shit, he can like rattle shit off, all the facts, all the like points or whatever. Like he's far more competent than Andrew Wilson. He's like trying to fight women outside hotels right now.
Yeah.
Facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly.
I'll give you the last word, thank you.
You know why he says that? Because Andrew literally hurts himself when he talks. Like, he literally hurts himself. It's better to let Owen speak.
Could have been a pedophile, and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, I want some fucking evidence. I do.
The chat is raping.
And I'm not.
That wasn't the claim. It was Epstein a pedophile? Not. Is there a pedophile ring?
Well, that was Andrew's original point. Was like, do you have proof of a pedophile ring? And then, for some baffling reason, Andrew then shifted it to, is Epstein a pedophile? Then Andrew said, well, yeah, but he was a pedophile, but we don't have direct proof, which then undermines his initial claim, which is that you can't say that there's a global network without direct proof. It's like, well, why can you say that Epstein's a pedophile without direct proof, but I can't say that there's a network when we have all this circumstantial evidence? Like, essentially, what is the standard of proof here? There isn't a consistent one, because Andrew doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't even know that Epstein was convicted.
So, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also...
The underage prostitutes thing is a Michael Tracy... that he wasn't convicted for? I mean, it's in the page... I mean, I'm not saying, cite Wikipedia, but he was convicted of procuring a minor.
I saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub entertainment. But there's no evidence of pedophile rings or anything.
You're talking about
I'm sure none of it happens.
Spirit cooking?
I'm sure
yes, and that was all proven true.
Art project spirit cooking?
Art project, bro. Can we do an art project on Andrew Wilson? Can we do an art project on Rachel Wilson? Bro, you're really stretching the term. Look how mad he is. Look how indignant he is.
It's the trolls and A-Log.
Yeah, I'll say this.
They're gonna turn this against me.
Even if this wasn't the way it wasn't this bad. The fact that he mentioned internet trolls in an IRL debate on a stage with an actual opponent in the first 2 minutes, I think automatically makes you lose.
That's right.
Yes. Leon Podesta, who was part of a massive art project for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen?
Yeah,
Did
probably.
they have children in the basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
But now he's just like, it's like...
They've been talking about MC for 40 minutes, and the monitor's like, could we please just talk about the actual topic, which is about the success of the Trump presidency? And it's just so crazy, because it would have been one thing if it was Owen who brought this up and was like, yeah, let's debate about Epstein, because you'd think he'd be the one to do it, right? Because obviously, InfoWars and stuff, they're rightfully really hard on this. But the fact that Andrew Wilson himself brought up this poison Achilles heel issue, and then just fell on his sword on it. It's it's just crazy.
Dog Zero, this is what the industry and, Allah strike me down for even uttering this. This is what they call a self-felt.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
So,
how about we use DSP's terminology? He self-felted himself.
Just got a single question for you, Owen. How would eliminating mass migration into a net negative
Isn't that the exact same thing?
Cause economic downturn or higher prices? How's that even possible?
Wait, Michael Tracy says that Steve was the victim of the underage prostitute.
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that, and that is you have to cut taxes.
Have you ever seen Michael Tracy show up where he's all this disheveled looking and belt out his theory about how Epstein was actually the girls raped him and
a lot of Americans have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family, but we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
No, it's assuming they do. In fact, my argument to you is just, I'll simply state it. If it's the case that we bring in, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans.
It lowers the wages for everybody.
Would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is?
Initially, yes. The problem is that the core issues with our economy have been an issue for at least since the Great Recession, at least since 2008. And a lot of them have to do with low interest rates that have allowed companies to invest and structure themselves in unsustainable ways because they have cheap access to capital. A lot of this is like financial stuff that Andrew Wilson doesn't probably understand because he's still paying off his like down payment on his trailer park, like house, his trailer.
Probably,
yeah. Probably. So, like, if you took
McDonald's, it's like when you have 50 million illegals in the
hour,
country, like it becomes baked in at a certain point.
Yeah, no, like he's right that lower cost of labor does lead to lower prices. The problem is that what also leads to lower price, like the reason these companies are not forced to make hard decisions about what they pay for labor and how they compete for it are because they have easy access to almost unlimited capital because of 15 years of recovery interest rates.
Your cheeseburger is going to get more expensive. You agree with that? Mm-hmm. So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe.
And if we had cut these rates in 2012, we would be so far along the way of automation by now.
I believe that's the solution.
I agree with you. But if it is in fact the case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is, since we have
Wilson is likely very rich by now. No, not if he doesn't understand this. If he doesn't understand the way like good bet, bad debt works about like capital and stuff, then he can make all the money in the world and you'll still end up poor. Because he's the sort of guy who put his money in a fucking mattress.
Yeah, I mean, how is Worski not rich by now? For fuck's sake,
Great.
Watch exactly. Caleb Hammer. I mean, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all of these illegals and they're self-deporting in an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying.
They're not going to Americans because a lot of these, first of all, a lot of these companies,
immigrant Cato.
Yeah, to be fair, shout out Cato Institute for Heller v. New York in 2008 for establishing the constitutional right to carry a gun. Case led by Clark Neely, GOAT. But that's the only good thing they've ever done. But like with this thing, with the whole immigration thing about localized food prices, you realize that what these companies are doing, like these big ad companies, they receive so many subsidies and they have such large access to cheap capital that they will wait out this immigration stuff for 4 years because they know that the cheap labor is going to come back. What you have to do is institutionally change the immigration system through comprehensive immigration reform. That way they are forced to spend that capital rather than holding out for more cheap labor to actually changing their process methods to automate.
They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents.
Whoa.
What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be.
What is his point?
I don't know how much that...
I guess his point is that the economy...
I thought he was supposed to be defending Trump.
He is, and I guess his point is that a higher cost of living is a necessary cost of mass deportation. Two problems. Number one, yes, but only temporarily, and it will only matter if you do actual comprehensive immigration reform, which Trump hasn't. So essentially, Trump is paying the cost for lowering immigration without achieving the policy goal. Number two, we don't actually have the level of mass deportation that people want.
That's the thing, right? It's like
you have that negative
dude,
migration.
if I walked outside and I saw like 20% less Mexicans, I would be like, you know what? Like, I don't even really care that much about the war.
But we're
in
not.
Iran.
Yeah, you're paying the cost without getting the outcome.
Exactly. That's the fucking problem. The economy sucks balls, and we still have the illegals. We're in the war in Iran, and we still have the illegals.
Not only that, but the other way,
something's got to give.
If I was Owen, I would start bringing up housing statistics because I would say, hey, Andrew, if you think that the reason why fried chicken is more expensive is because we're deporting people, why aren't housing costs going down?
Yeah, and Trump's like saying, no, we have to keep housing prices high for the fucking boomers, the
rent
retarded
should be,
boomers.
if there was actually a mass decrease in the population, even if the cost of goods, like consumptive goods, went up, the cost of housing, because of the decrease in demand, should be going down.
Trump should be trying to crash the fucking housing market. That should be the fucking goal.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that if Andrew's point here is that the economy's bad because we're actually deporting people, you would see it in other sectors, not just fried chicken. You'd see it in housing. And because you don't see that, what that means is that we're getting this increase in the cost of fried chicken and not actually achieving the goal, which we said at the beginning. Yeah, you're right.
Falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump, so we're not.
There was a lot more
numbers.
people to deport,
but I think that there's other.
Yeah,
reasons.
negative migration.
I'm surprised that he's just accepting those numbers. I mean, I think it's widely known Obama's. They counted turning people away as a deportation.
Which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that.
I'm happy with the negative migration. It's the one positive I'll give Trump, but it's just the first step. And if you don't do the next steps, it doesn't matter.
For gas, it's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interests. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra dollar per gallon of gasoline?
He's going to say gas is up because of speculation, but not because of the war. But actually, it's also coming down.
That's essentially what we're.
But most Americans don't know that, because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those jobs.
Both of those can be true, Andrew. You can give Trump the 1 point that net negative migration is a historic achievement, which I do, and also say he's not deporting enough people. You know, you can do that, right?
Like net, if it's net -1, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh wow, it's net negative, but is it removing illegals?
Yeah. I'll say it is historic. It is the first time it's been net negative in 60 years, which is a big accomplishment. However, if you do not do the next steps, including specifically changing immigration laws, then it doesn't actually achieve anything. And also, if you are truly This is the point with Andrew, is he's not in favor of these policies, he's in favor of this person, right? Like I like immigration is probably the biggest thing for me. And so I don't care who's doing it. It could be a fucking Democrat. We could get Stalin too. And if he does this, I would probably be willing to compromise a lot of things. But I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care who the fuck it is. And so I'm not going to give Trump a total win because he does 10%, the basic first step of what I actually want done. In fact, he's just going to make me push even harder.
Hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving. Of course, we're Team Owen. That's for the first time we finally got that. Retarded. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case, and then we're talking about gas. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up from
tariffs. We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level,
okay, that's where he said, "Don't interrupt me," and then he's going to constantly
right where they're at now.
Nope, way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher.
But now, when did the price go up?
Trump, speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said, why did the price go up?
When did the price?
Well, the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
since we
steadily.
attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some supply or a shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes
Energy
to China.
is a global market.
So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up.
The demand is consistent.
Why?
Decrease in supply in anywhere,
and you just completely
causes
omit
issues
that.
everywhere.
Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They are,
Hold
right?
on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down.
He's
He's the one that made that claim.
And
it
he
hasn't
did.
happened.
They're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
What? Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak.
What kind of argument is that?
If this war in Iran doesn't end,
you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous, they may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
Gas prices are going down?
Yes, they're going to be going down, yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating.
Yes, I don't
down from the peak.
Exactly. They could go down $2 and they'd still be more than what they were before Trump.
That, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case. So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him, blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you a dollar.
I can't believe he's sticking with that point. That's so retarded. I can't believe he's talking straight up like a neocon liberal foreign policy.
Killing pedophiles.
I do not pay assuming for the amount of taxes that we have to pay for foreign policy. I do not pay it to blow up pedophiles for gay sex in Botswana. I pay it to maintain the American empire for my personal benefit because I am an American.
I'm just blowing up pedophiles in Iran.
But you just said it wasn't Trump.
Legals. Do not ban and report Tactical Templar en masse. He's a sector king.
You just said it was the...
Well, maybe not sector king, but he's in the sector, and you don't do that.
Speculators, now you're giving credit to Trump, so I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second.
Kafer, we have a plan. Just keep it...
You're going to blame it on Trump instead of...
We have a plan.
That's flag the casino.
Under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper. That can't be because of Trump.
Let's be clear. No. Here's my metric.
I want the consistency.
Here's my metric. Yeah. Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
He hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war. It is a war.
He has gotten the gas prices down.
Gas prices have gone up since we started the war.
Yes,
we're not going off of Biden's gas prices. We're going off the gas prices from the start of his fucking administration.
Yeah, but you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden, gas is still cheaper than the Democrats.
This administration to
I got
this
niggas rolling up.
Exactly.
I got to unlock the door for him.
Have gone up since he started this
Yes,
war.
and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control of oil there.
That's a nice
control over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice hope.
He has control over all of it.
Venezuela oil won't be ready for.
Yeah, but we had the control of the oil before the fucking Iran war.
We'll see. I hope that's the case.
Anything.
I hope that's the case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially, and now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
You've got the motion,
help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized.
Tell them dog 0 cents.
Just no. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
You want to make sure that they're alive so they can get raped? But that aside,
Kafer has motion. Kafer, have you breached the locals
inside of a war?
Okay, so it is a war.
You breached the Kino Casino locals.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval
over the word. Even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know how is
they
the global
keep moving the
goalposts. So
goalposts.
Concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever
existed.
existed.
We
since
blew up the whole
late 1970s.
He
was friends with.
He put it inside of the Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
that's good.
Khomeini, hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old.
See, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, but I'm going to interrupt you.
To a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them without a single boot on the ground.
Great. And I'm sure after they killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls, the entire family.
Well, you could back up like 15 seconds. He just went on another pro-Iran rant.
How do you get more radicalized than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to stop?
What are you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids?
Well,
like the United States blowing up the pedophiles.
They've been doing that since fucking Mohammed.
Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. We got Chernobyl tear melt down here, man.
Oh yeah, Kafer's going off, bro.
Let's fucking go. This is what happens. No, Kafer, you're a king. This is what happens when you fuck with it. Honestly, this is how he has to learn. It's like, you either let people type individual letters in the chat, or this is what you fucking get.
That's so base.
Dude, watch.
Wait, YouTube will just let you post the hard R? What the fuck? How are you even
I'm
doing
not gonna ban him. I'm not gonna ban him.
No, but I'm saying, my comments are always getting sweeped when I post comments, and then Kafer can just come in with the hard R.
You gotta turn your moderation off, man. The standard setting. Oh,
wait,
you mean on Rumble?
In your post, or is this in Templar's post?
That's in my post.
Oh, but he's responding to Templar.
No, but now that we know that Templar somehow looks at every post I make, because how did he even find this? It's 10 likes, right? He's going to see all this and he's going to freak out. Because he takes this... He's getting better. Okay, I want to give Templar credit. He's getting better. Slowly. He's starting to kind of understand what's up.
I wanted your channel down now.
But I feel like he's going to read this and chimp the fuck out and be like, I'm under attack. Oh, wait, these are longer. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's just the same thing.
Read it. Can you read it?
Yeah. Freedom of speech. Why can blacks say it on streams when weakling fucking woke fucking loser? That's it. I'm coming for you with everything, and I'm gonna tell everyone I know. Look in the dictionary. It's niggardly behavior by you. Rules for some, but not for one. That's it, bro. I tried to give you a shot. Jeremy Hambley clone. Fuck you, loser. Nigger, 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 nigger. How dare you? White cuck, race cuck, weakling. You're a dying breed, young fucking jobless YouTuber who refuses to work for a living. Guess what? You're gonna get a job again, you fucking pile of weak shit. All this says is blacks have different rights and whites don't. Sad take, weakling. You're beholden to what money YouTube gives you. You will not make a living streaming if I have anything to say about it. Weak cuck. Quote unquote Kafer. Amazing. And it's funny because this is exactly why you don't like make a big deal of banning the end tower, right? This is what happens. Like you just get more trouble than it's worth.
Hey, for on your ass now, nigga.
Yeah.
Shit. Yes, again.
Yeah. I think he's learning though. I think Templar really is learning. He's starting to get it.
Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. You agree with that?
And is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist actions.
Is America a state?
Templar's coming in. He deleted his post. Okay. He ran. Okay, this isn't true, Templar. I'm just going to help you out here.
Hey, log him. Gonna have to feed into the talking points.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me work him a little bit here.
Make sure you post the message.
Yeah.
I mean, Tactical Templar is like a total casino cuck, though, so he's always going to choose the party line.
Whatever, man. I just want this to happen. And honestly, you know what? You got to like characters have to have an arc. He needs to ride with the Kino. He needs to ride for the casino and sees what happens first. Like he has to have his moment where he turns.
Is snakening?
Yeah.
Is snakening arc?
Sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming
what did he say?
Moderate rebels.
He said, I don't think America is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Is America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America...
I mean, we're like terror bombing Iran right now. What do you call blowing up 200 little girls?
Here's the base take, is that there's no actual consistent definition of terrorism, and that terrorism is more just a signal of friend-enemy distinction. And therefore, any state...
Well, yeah.
Any state...
One man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist.
Any state can be defined as a state sponsor of terrorism. Therefore, you should not allow yourself to be bogged down in arguing about it. So you should just say, yes, America sponsors terrorism, but it's terrorism for me. Just like every other state.
America generally is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turned into ISIS and turned into ISIL.
Okay, fine. Okay, so just say that then, Andrew. So here we go. The realist 1 second, the liberal the next. So before it's we have to invade Iran to stop pedophiles and save women, and now it's I'm fine with arming violent groups because it's an American interest. I wish Owen jumped down his throat the minute he said the word American interest. Because then you just open this massive can of worms. So, okay, cool. Let's talk about American interest. What is the American interest in Iran? Define it.
Afer says he's mobilized 22 hard niggas coming for his channel.
Well, you know, like I said, I don't think you should. Don't flag him down, Kafer. Don't be mean. Well, you can be mean. Actually, be mean. Just don't flag him down. We want Templar to stay around. No flagging, no mass flagging, no gay shit.
I mean, you unleash Kafer. Like, Kafer doesn't play by the rules. He's totally ruthless. He's
I'm just saying my position. No flagging.
You know, you can't on one hand unleash Kafer and then like put all these rules and restrictions.
I don't unleash Kafer.
It's like the Joker. It's like the Joker. When they unleash the Joker, anything could happen.
Yeah, but I'm not unleashing it. Like, that implies I even have that power. Like, I don't have the power to unleash Kafer. He's doing.
You just said Kafer, go for him. I give you my full endorsement.
No, I didn't.
And you read,
do not flag
you read his post on
Look,
screen,
if you want to go after him, Kafer, just show up to his chat when he's live. Tell him he's muted. Tell him his audio's up. Tell him his audio's down. Make end towers. Every time he finishes, I forgot to play that earlier. Okay, you guys really want to mess with Templar?
Oh, Kafer's going Joker mode right now.
I disavow Templar. But there's anytime he finishes one of his like fake segments where he's making a video, type in chat, "Is the stream over?" He literally falls for it we just did this 2 hours ago. Where he finished, he like did his little outro, his fake outro, to then talk about something else, and then we're all just like, "Is the stream over?" And he answers it every time. It's so funny.
Groups, the CIA.
Yeah, I think
Kafer's Bush flag him. Most of
and
that
now Trump is Trump is Bush.
Trump has where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
I can't control the sector. Okay.
In the Middle East,
somebody in chat is saying Kafer is a bully XL and Dog Zero needs to be
Is there a single?
Yes.
Okay, where?
That's like
where?
All over the Middle East. We have boots on the ground.
In Iran.
We
got pissed off with one of us. Did that? What? Said that his stream is over. Dude, my guy RB has literally been doing that in all of his streams for at least a week. Every time he ends one of his little mini segments, has been asking, "Is stream over?" It's always RB, and he falls for it every time. I don't know how.
Where's our invasionary
in the
force?
strait? We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Karg Island.
Oh, we had 7.
Oh yeah, is this live? That's a good one too.
1,000 people there, and now there's 10,000.
Yeah, Kafer, I agree. Go do your thing. Don't flag him. Don't keep it, because we want him to keep being a character. All right. We want him to still be a thing. He's going to host this debate with the quartering. He's going to host the debate with Josh. Just go in and control the chat. That's it.
Oh, there. So where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So okay, fine. I'll tell you
acquiesce to Dog Zero. People are going to say that you cut, bro.
He's not acquiescing.
Like, not me, but I'm just saying people are going to say that.
No, he's not acquiescing. We are two peers having a discourse over strategy. Okay.
What will you say?
Yeah.
Then?
Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion,
he assumes our new viewers. They're not, man. RB's been doing it under his same account for a week, and he still falls.
That would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be
a continuation
have
like 50 viewers.
Policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point.
Usually,
how many viewers does he get?
Recently, he's been getting up to 100, but I think that's honestly because of us.
Dude,
because before he used to get like less than 30.
100 viewers? What the fuck?
If it's the case.
No. Like I've seen him have 2 streams, and it's because he got rated by someone where he got over 100, but his average is around 30. Maybe less.
That's great. He gets less viewers than me?
Dude, I've seen somewhere he got 12. I've seen somewhere he got 12.
That's wild.
Trying to big dog him
every day for like 8 hours. Like, I thought this guy got more streams than that. I thought this was like a bigger player, a bigger fish.
Yeah, I'm not trying to big dog him or anything. I'm just saying that like it's all over the place. Sometimes he's up to 100, sometimes he's down at like 12. I think it's because it's like the day or whatever.
If there's a mass ground
I'm
invasion.
evil. How am I evil? How am I corrupt?
Yeah, I would have to pull
Dog Zero's the one who unleashed this.
Of Bush forever war.
Don't put that evil on me.
However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela, or 6 to 8
limited strikes, bro. We're talking about a ground.
Yeah, Kafer's talking about limited strikes.
That's not enough to pull my support from his president, especially with all of his success in domestic.
Has he been streaming? Yes, for years, bro. He even under a different name back when he was fan advocacy. He has been streaming every day for at least 2 years, I think.
Policy, even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst
thing,
if you
don't snake KC will. Honestly, what I think is going to happen is if we can get him to actually host some of these debates and just be in his chat and talk shit, like. Guys, don't tell Templar I said this, but this guy is the perfect candidate for being audience captured, right? So,
possibly done. It's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars. It was the mass migration That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it. And he did deploy the National Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything.
Yeah, whatever happened to that?
that they could do to stop him, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like, all of those show me that the guy is very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason.
Well, maybe you need your own, maybe the sector needs its own high elf. I don't know.
Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been hauled in front of Congress. And
don't worry, I stand on business.
You're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being, funny enough, it's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be.
Other people are botted on Rumble. I'm not.
But they should have gone after all these groups.
Do you think that I'm botted on Rumble, bro?
I don't think that you are buying bots. I think that there's no way you would do that. That being said, I think Rumble might have some weird stuff that passively goes on behind the scenes.
After all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande.
If I want bots, I'm going to DM
all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration.
You're trying to blind mind game. Yeah, but you need both, man. You have to have a full spectrum sort of attack, not even attack, because we're not attacking Templar. You know, we're inducting him into this this community that he has really spiritually always been a part of. I mean, you heard if you go back to the beginning of the stream when I was playing the way he was talking.
The bottom end, all of them should have been.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, Templar is so fucking
except
boring.
They have due
I don't know how that you even watch him.
I don't. That's what I explained in the beginning. I don't. There's a full team of guys who just tell me when interesting stuff happens. The idea here is not that Templar is interesting.
Yeah, but even the entertaining shit, it's like, fuck.
Yeah, but don't you want don't you want a platform for the Josh Chibi review or for the Quartering Flash review? Don't you?
I just like.
Plus,
you're
also,
going
this guy
streams I mean,
every
don't
day.
let me stop you, but
this guy streams every day. Wow. Imagine if he was a KCA log. You're always bitching and moaning how everyone's lazy. Well, we got a workhorse right here.
Well, I'm lazy. I mean, come on.
That's what I mean. Like, we're all lazy, right? But we got a workhorse right here in Templar. Imagine if we get Templar.
All right, well, we got to start whipping him then.
Process.
No, we got to ease him in.
So hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
What are the charges? They're all financial crimes.
Hang on, let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they released it. You're not aware of what the Trump Justice
I do
Department
get the
is
emails. I
investigating
can
or not
definitely buy
investigating.
bots.
Show me the evidence.
He said
You're the one who wants to talk about. There's no evidence of your claim. Lack of evidence, lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges. Right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after these people.
Those charges got dropped.
Yeah, he said all sorts of stupid shit and then doesn't do it. That's the problem, Wilson.
His Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence.
We got to get the fucking Warski solo streams. Bro, everybody in the fucking chat, there's somebody out there that subscribes to the Casino Locals.
Yeah.
Fucking download those fucking local streams and send them to me or upload them or whatever, dude. It's literally Tardsky solo content.
Look, Lord of Licorice, I sent you to this channel and it sucked, but here's the thing. Where it is right now is at least 20% better than where it was before we went there. Seriously. So it's only getting better. You're getting at the ground floor. It's like Bitcoin, okay? And yes, get the Warski Flake stream because there's something going on in the locals. He announced.
Did RB do that? Like, what the fuck?
What?
Like, RB, can he get the Warski footage? Like,
bro, he ain't paying for shit.
Man, God.
We need to do Templar to do Collins. He allegedly does. No, because
does Templar have the locals?
Ooh, yeah, we should ask him that. That's a good point. He probably does.
Somebody's got to have this stupid ass locals. Holy shit.
Because RB did find out that he has a Discord that he has an open link to and that he claims that he will take Collins. But if we do that, we got to set it up right. We got to say it's going to be a formal debate about some lame-ass topic and then, you know.
We're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC. I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly
the organization that's already basically
it's at least a step
forward. Yes, that was raped by the Justice Department 5 years ago.
So was Al Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Bro, we're not talking about Al Capone shot people in the streets. The SPLC, what they do is even more dangerous. This is such a stupid comparison.
Wait a second. You're not comparing Al Capone to 15 million invasion of this country.
It's the case that you go to jail for 15.
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go,
bam,
yeah, true.
Nuke, true. Al Capone, 100% true.
100%
to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder, or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud. You can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
SPLC every fucking day of the week. Because Al Capone is fed by a specific market. He's a American-born gangster that serves like a American-based consumption habit. The SPLC is what was a massive octopus that basically ran around the country and fought for southern poverty in northern Idaho against random communes.
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's what they did to me.
No, you wouldn't. If you could prove one but not the other, you would go after the one you could prove.
No. They always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about
they need to be fucking prosecuting as many people as they possibly can.
You have to create a deterrence against these organizations that go around and maliciously sue random Americans who aren't hurting anyone just because they live on their like Aryan Brotherhood. Like that is the worst story. The fact that there was that compound in northern Idaho that literally didn't do anything to anyone. They just owned a property and they had their stuff. And the SPLC literally hired black and brown people to walk past the property over and over and over again. Until there was like an incident, and then they found a way to sue it. They were fighting for southern poverty in northern Idaho. It's just
they're
so
trying
ridiculous.
to do that again.
Yeah,
with that, where are they like changing the laws in the state where you can't?
Alabama.
I don't know. I don't remember where it is.
Somebody
in chat probably
Southern
knows.
Poverty Law Center was a weaponized law firm that went around to people who weren't doing anything to anyone and created their own deterrent effect against people trying to do anything. And so they should have been literally destroyed years ago. Now, luckily, they became so rich and so decadent by old boomers with subscriptions that they let run out because they still thought it was 1968 and they were fighting for civil rights, that they were sitting on this massive war chest that was getting embezzled. And that was the case I kept trying to refer to before that occurred in, I think it was like 2021. That's why they were this husk that was easy to take down now. But there's more than just the SPLC.
We should be promoting FBA leadership in all these leftist organizations because what comes with that is always like massive fraud.
Yeah, like Black Lives Matter. It just destroys itself.
Yeah.
None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration? How about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James Comey?
Tell me what your
and just start screaming high elf at him.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director at the FBI, spent 8 years writing books and doing a podcast all about arresting these people. He gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah,
so
the same Dan Bongino who talked.
Oh, you know who else did?
Files,
and
then changed his mind
because he went in. Here's what's funny: why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino? If it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, "Actually, I got this wrong," and you guys fucking crucify him for it. You crucify him for saying, "Look, I got this wrong." And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration?
Honestly, I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad life, Kafer.
You give us a little
built for yourself, King,
into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there.
Yes.
Very serious.
Like it cries out for further investigation. That's the problem.
But your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question.
Oh, boo! We didn't actually answer your question. Okay.
Would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did, and you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else.
Neither of you are in that position, Andrew. I know that's how you see yourself, Andrew. You think that someday you're going to be up at the big kids table because you can talk about premises or some shit. But neither of you are, unfortunately, or at least for Owen, neither of you are in that position. So this hypothetical is complete bullshit. It has nothing to do with the question, which is evaluating Trump. It's not about evaluating each of you individually, as much as Andrew would like to use this as a platform to edify himself. This is about evaluating Trump.
Cheering you on, fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say
Yeah,
that.
good. Dan Bongino should be crucified. He was a complete failure.
That's literally happening.
He went along with the scam. He sold a lie.
I already did this. I already put my time in. I was arrested. Hold on a second.
Damn, Templar really fucked with the wrong
for
guy.
four different times I was arrested for supporting Trump.
He just keeps interrupting.
Now, I can incorrect. Now, you like Trump, I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point, I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there. And it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth. Because I believed Trump was innocent and I wanted to support him. So I've already been through that.
Yeah, Kafer did call in on one of the shows.
I have MAGA
pretty
people
badass.
putting me on lists. I have MAGA people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling Trump
in Discord.
post negatively about me.
So he called me through Twitter, and I had to like turn on the Twitter calls.
So I got arrested 4
I
times
just
for this
held my
guy.
phone up
Spent
to
months
the
in
mic.
prison for this guy. Did everything for this guy. Censored.
It actually was
lawsuit,
kind of keen.
everything. Lost all my social media. Kept
I
supporting
think if you use what's the other one? Not Stream Elements, StreamYard. You can let people use a phone number. Maybe he.
Well, it was like in the moment. He was in the chat.
No, I know. I'm just saying for the future.
Shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized against us, and Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious. So.
Wait, so then it's not hilarious? What do you know what ironic means, Mr. Wilson? Do you know anything?
Thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It's by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans.
No, it wasn't by Democrats.
Owen's not saying to vote for Democrats.
Not only that, but when Trump first showed up, it was the entire fucking rinse priebus, the entire RNC was shitting on anyone who supported him. This is how you know Andrew just does not even know like where he's at. He just showed up. He showed up out of nowhere. He rode this Trump wave, and so now he's got to defend him. And he doesn't have any positions on anything. It's all political feeling, not political position. It's just bullshit.
Because we were going up against
never Trumpers.
Yeah,
like you are right now.
No, I'm not.
Never Trumpers was a majority of the party. Like before they even called them Never Trumpers.
Oh, anyway,
I voted for him 3 times.
What happened
Did
is...
Andrew Wilson support Trump in 2016? I mean...
No, Andrew Wilson was too busy. What was her name? Taraka? Andrew Wilson was too busy leaving Taraka.
And now you're like, it's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when
saying
you're talking about...
he's failed. This
Fairweather people coming in. It's like Ben Shapiro. Now Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin are the voices of MAGA, and when they didn't support Trump in 2016, they didn't support Trump in 2020.
Yeah,
or they did in 2020, but they had to be like basically dragged, kicking and screaming. Yeah, or JD Vance, all these fucking people.
I'm finally noticing his shirt is really wrinkly. Should bring shame on his wife's head. Yeah, well,
bro, that's what I said.
Yes, he said. No, Mr. K literally called that out. Yeah, it's because his wife didn't wake up next to him this morning, or they both did drunk and then went to their various ways.
Persecuted you. Democrats were the
also,
ones.
I like that.
Kafer literally did create the Dabbleverse, by the way.
True. Kafer's created a lot. I like
no,
that.
but like I'm being like, do you know the story?
No, tell me the story.
He created the Dabbleverse because he worked for Chrissy Mayer. He was like Chrissy Mayer's producer, and then they brought
what?
They were like interviewing Stuttering John or
Kafer?
something, and he was like, "It's some kind of Dabbleverse," and that's what they said, or something like that. Kafer can explain it in the chat, but Kafer literally created the Dabbleverse, like no bullshit.
Wow. So that definitely
he told the story on the show, like when he called in.
So then that definitely defines the Dabbleverse as subservient to the sector. If like
Kafer is their master.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And obviously, I assume Kafer you align more with the sector than the Dabbleverse. So by transitive property, it means that the Dabbleverse is subservient.
Yeah,
to the sector.
Kafer worked for fucking Anthony Cumia's Compound Media.
Really?
Before he got shut down.
That's crazy, man.
I know, dude. It's so badass. Like,
yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Okay. Well, good job, Kafer. You have officially claimed the Dabbleverse for the sector. Good job.
Who threw you in jail? They were the ones who didn't want to give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump that. That is the biggest victory.
Yeah,
I will never regret voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah,
never.
Huge victory. Okay. But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I don't regret voting for Trump because there wasn't a better option. But
no, I don't either. Like I voted from in 2016. Style. I voted from Trump overseas. Like I filled out the whole thing and everything, and all my friends were bitching and moaning about like mail-in ballots and stuff. Like, yeah, I'm fine with the way I voted all 3 times. I'm also like think that this is retarded and gay, and understand that politics occurs in cycles that are longer than 4 years.
Dog zero Iranian confirmed.
Yeah, true. I voted for Trump from Iran in 2016. From Tehran. That's when I was getting my training, my geopolitics training.
Now, by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden,
that is like kind of like a nice dichotomy. Like I'd be Syrian, you would be like Syrian Al Qaeda, you would be like Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Let's not be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden it was.
Isn't that the whole point? None of this stuff has happened under Trump, and you're saying, oh, but it could.
Hang on, like, under Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden, it would have. For sure.
People need to know it's okay to want more, especially if they don't deliver on what they well, that's my whole point. Like, you look at the history of, like, the liberals and the left since basically FDR. There's always been this moderate liberal element and then this, like, radical activist wing that is never satisfied. And the radical activist wing always gets what they want because they chimp the fuck out all the time. I just don't understand why it's hard for the right to learn that lesson, because basically the whole idea of like National Review and Buckleyism and Reagan was to neutralize any equivalent on the right wing. And finally that shit is dead, and finally you're starting to get some actual discourse there. And then you have guys like Andrew Wilson here be like, no, Heil Trump, I know he's not going to be around in 8 years, but we have to cuck out now. And it's like there are long-term consequences to not being always be chimping, not wanting more, like not standing by your principles.
Working with Facebook.
Trump is literally going
in order
senile.
to shut down people who have
like by the end of the administration, he will be like they will have to be carting him out like Biden.
But he's still getting.
It doesn't bring me happiness to say that, but that's like the reality. You can see it.
Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding fathers.
Biden didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And neither
he was
does
working
Trump.
with the tech companies to shut you down.
Trump doesn't care either. Trump, they'll censor us under Trump. They already did. He did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored.
Trump is like tweeting out how based it is that Alex Jones, InfoWars is getting destroyed. Like, I mean,
yeah.
What did he do for it? What did he do to end this?
Ant is based as fuck. Okay, I'll give you this. Anthony Cumia is undoubtedly funny, but I don't think I'd call him based. There's some tough shit in there, man.
Different. That's you got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one making claims that Trump did something for me.
Yes, he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything for me. I'm saying that we had censorship.
You're saying that Dog Zero trained under Persip in Iran and then like snaked him, like kind of like a Ra's al Ghul situation.
Well, it's funny that you suggested Iran, because I've said before I lived in Europe. I don't think I've ever been to a not majority white nation other than, I guess, like Mexico. Yeah, it's all just Europe, pretty much, so far. I got to become a travel streamer. That would be funny. It's a problem is the minute you do that, you can't do that anymore. If I was to become a travel streamer...
Well, you could do it in Europe.
I don't know. If I was to become a travel streamer, I would literally just get swatted in 5 minutes. That's the issue. That's why.
Yeah, not if you're in Europe, though. Like, the police won't kill you in Europe.
No, they send in Europe, they're European police. They have the rapid response stuff. They will kill you.
Yeah, but they never do that to streamers. Like, when was the last time a streamer had that happen in Europe?
I guess. I don't know. There's like a lot of things I would do if like the internet wasn't the way it was now. If like I had started streaming like if I was a different age, started streaming like 15 years ago, there's a lot of things I would do that you just can't do anymore.
He promised he would do
that. But that is happening. That's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war.
Now is the market is saturated.
Where's that happening?
Right now.
Well, I wouldn't really care about that.
It just happened with
because most of it was just me and my friends in bars at 3 a.m. in weird countries getting drunk.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of our private information.
In the future soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
wait a second. Hold on.
Now.
Okay, hold on a second.
Bro's defending Palantir right now.
I know.
When
Doge
ended,
and then he's like speed running, like there's this like archetype on right wing Twitter, right, where they're like sucking
captive dreamer.
Like the captive dreamer archetype, and like they just converted everybody into that. You're either like a captive dreamer or you're a fucking Fuentes fan. It's like such bullshit, dude. It's so fucking
there's
gay.
something in between.
I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms. And now all three things of those have happened.
Except
every
you were also wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down on a war.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
did not. You said it on your show. Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Oh, play the clip. Where's the clip?
You were in a debate when you said
Andrew, where's the evidence, bro?
Good shot there would be bogged
Like,
down.
he needs to be pressing him on the evidence.
What are you talking about?
Well, especially after what he did, yeah.
Every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things.
Oh, now he's
down the road, he's going
crying.
to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored.
Nah, don't listen to Weeaboo. Don't go to Mexico. Go to Costa Rica. You want to live off your VA shit and live like a king, live in Costa Rica.
You?
Go
Trump's
to Paraguay.
administration didn't jail you.
No.
Trump's administration didn't do any of that.
Or
You just gave him
Uruguay.
credit for getting you released.
Uruguay's too expensive.
When we're talking about the economics.
Costa Rica is a perfect combination of cheap, filled with expats, and like very safe.
This thing, we diverted into this, which
Go
is
to
fine.
the
I think
Confederate
this is something that we
Brazil
need to debate
town.
About.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about the economics. You still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Schroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be
Automation. It's going to require an immense amount of capital to create the automation. The problem is that we've already all the capital that should have been spent on that the last 10 years was spent on artificially inflating the real estate economy and paying for COVID gibs and basically creating inflation. That's the problem, Andrew. Is like in those 8 of those 10 years, Trump was in charge.
Cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
You can cut taxes in a year.
Dude, once the boomer side is going to be so sick.
Well,
it's not just no, man. You're being optimistic. It's not. It's going to be uglier than that because they're not going to just die. They're going to go to retirement homes.
It's like going to be like Blood Feast, like the Blood Feast meme.
No. It's going to be worse than that. What's going to happen is that the Zoomers will become the political Zoomers.
No, but the elite, the Haitians are going to kill them in the retirement.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that there's going to come to a point where the boomers finally understand that retirement happens and that there will come to a point where they actually have to rely on other people. Because that's the problem. The boomers have lived their entire lives where they could just go work for 6 months and afford whatever they want, right? And they could actually physically work. But there will come a point where they literally physically can't work anymore. And that means they have to rely on someone to take care of them in these retirement homes. And yeah, there's going to be all the crazy immigrant caretakers that are going to abuse them, and then no one's going to come to save them. And then the Zoomers are probably going to.
As long as that's not my family members, that's so based.
Well, that's why I'm not sending my family members to that shit. I'm going to take care of them myself.
Sucks if you're one of those boomers.
Yeah, I mean, my parents were very not boomer and very deserve better than that. So I'm going to make sure they get it, not in a retirement home. But for the rest of them, it's going to be tough. And the other thing that's going to happen is, especially as millennials become a political majority, some of the laws that get passed that just rape the economy, and some of them are going to be totally necessary and need to happen. Some of them are going to be really dumb. I can already tell. And they're gonna achieve the intended goal, but they're going to cause all these rest of these problems. It's going to create more and more resentment. That's why you can't allow yourself to fall into intergenerational resentment, because if we think that the boomers were frivolous and did us a disservice by hating them beyond when it really matters.
Well, I don't actually hate them.
I know, but some people do. Like, I don't either, because my family wasn't like that. But you do see people who really do have that hatred. And you hating that is committing the same crime that they did to you. And so you just can't let yourself fall into that.
Because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank now. You're not paying it to the government.
Again,
we really just need their property to be
that are
released.
Incremental. It would be so if you cut taxes immediately.
Takes 1
year.
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well.
Josh wrote an article about
with his executive orders, was with migration.
Did you just say Josh wrote an article?
Wait, no. Ralph wrote an article about Josh.
Well, I mean, I saw that he put out his yearly sad post the other day. Is it related to that?
No, he's been going at Josh all day today. Ralph has. He's
good for
really
him. Go
on
off.
a tear.
That's funny. Usually,
he wrote an article.
He always does the yearly sad post. Here, I'll pull it up with this play.
Well,
he did get
let's finish this because
we're at a net
I feel like we got to do like a Josh stream. There's so much Josh shit.
Yeah.
ever have given us.
Well, there's that he did as we both predicted, he did a Maddie Pragmata meltdown that we should go over.
That who?
Yeah, but then there's like the TV stuff, and this Friday, oh man,
Trump
he
has a
is going to
positive, it's
lose
definitely
it.
on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still letting the
50% decrease of the H-1Bs. But the Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down.
Is this the only source this guy has? Is the fucking Cato Institute?
136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants.
I want the program eliminated. Because here's the thing, Andrew Wilson, if he could so easily restrict it, the next guy can bring it back. I want there to be no such thing as an H-1B. I want the philosophy to fundamentally change. An actual shift in foreign policy thinking. Or not foreign policy, immigration policy thinking.
Come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them. That's correct.
So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans?
I don't know where you are.
Because
I know
what
you like to
happened
listen
was
from the
the
beginning.
farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does. This is a donor class administration.
In this case,
I'm not muted.
Not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He's doing mass deportation still?
No. He gave subsidies. And yes, there has, not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossing. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say
rip the Band-Aid.
There's too many. But I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of
at least the fallout after that would be worth it.
And the biggest thing is the biggest thing you have to repeal Hart-Celler and rewrite. You have to essentially rewrite our basic immigration framework to be pointed towards the goal of permanent net negative migration. You have to do that.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California.
Wow, he's really going to be able to do that after he loses the House and the Senate.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up or down?
Well, we need an adjustment time, Andrew.
Hey, that's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
I would fucking eat rice and beans for like 5 years.
Yeah, but like Andrew, is your point that we've been in an adjustment period for 6 years? Because like what is actually causing this, which is a mass over influx of capital in like I said, this is like 15-year recovery period, plus mass inflation caused by that and by COVID has created a cost of living crisis. That it is more than like that's been going on longer than Trump.
What you're doing,
like the most recent Trump, I mean.
The administration. What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time due to the. How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations. That's
you don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already.
Bro, these politicians are not. Oh, wait, what did you just say?
What do you mean you don't have to mass deport people that aren't coming in? Are you fucking retarded?
How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations. That's
you don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude.
Oh my God!
They're already here, and they have been here for 50 years.
Yes, and it's like this is just,
dude. You don't have to.
You should never be happy.
These niggas think that we've won. I just
and it just gets to my
mind-boggling.
My core point, which is that like Andrew Wilson is more loyal to this figure who indirectly caused his YouTube success, like obviously not intentionally, but indirectly caused his YouTube success than any actual principle here. Because if you actually believe in any of these principles or policies or the implications of the policies, you should never be happy. Because these guys aren't your friends. Trump is not your friend. None of these guys in charge are your friend. You don't owe them fucking anything. You should always be wanting more. You should always be wanting like better outcomes or whatnot. You should always be pushing for it. Because like you're never going to get an ideal government. So you should always be like pushing them in that direction. Because if you let off even for a fucking second, and you start getting into this whole gay, like, we are the world shit, this is how you end up back. This is how you can, elect like a supposed outsider like Trump less than 10 years ago, and now we're invading fucking Iran for the same stupid pretenses that we invaded Iraq.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way,
and the irony is that if anybody was going to have personal loyalty to Trump, it would be Owen because he got pardoned.
Yeah, yes, that's such a good point. Yes. Owen is the one who's actually like having to have some principles here because he actually cared. Well, I guess it speaks to the fact that Owen showed up on chance. Owen got arrested not for Trump, but because he believed in something. Whereas Andrew Wilson shucks and jives across the internet because he's trying to achieve like a material outcome for himself and his two kids by another father.
Been doing.
Right, it's because of Owen's principles that he can't.
Yes. If he had said day one with any Republican
Exactly.
administration, we'd have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings a day. You'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, "Well, what have you done for me lately?"
What is the number?
No, and he's right to say that. He's right to say that because he's not my mom. He's not my dad. He's not my friend. He's not my brother. He's not any of these things. He's a fucking slave. He's a slave to a bunch of different interests who just for 1 second might maybe do something that I like. And if I don't keep bitching and moaning and exerting the little leverage that each one of us actually has, you will never get what you want, Andrew. Yeah. This is simp mentality. No wonder you're married to someone with 3 baby daddies. No wonder you can't get the fucking pickle jar open because this is your attitude.
What is
Trump? He's acting like Trump is his boss. And
Yes,
it's like not. Trump is. We're Trump's boss.
Overall number?
Yeah.
Technically
Probably,
speaking.
I would want to see happy
and he needs to be fucking working day in, day out, bitch.
Let's put a reasonable,
it's never good enough.
Good expectation number.
I mean, I would be
I don't
happy
owe you
if it
shit,
was the
Trump.
case
Like,
that
to get your job
we had
done or
no
else.
new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive
Well,
success.
Trump's reward is like all the insider
let me
trading
answer my
that
own
he's been
question,
doing.
Trump's reward is being allowed to sit in the fucking
Trump
chair.
Doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it.
Yeah.
I think 15 million, if it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you would agree with me, there's way more than 15 million illegal
Probably like
immigrants
40.
Here.
Maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's
Who knows? I don't care.
high.
We can argue about
So
the
if
number.
It is the case that it's very
Because
high
here's the
that we
thing.
have this
People are bitching and moaning about the number. What needs to happen is you need that comprehensive immigration reform because that will institutionalize forces and bodies to actually execute this policy. It will create something better than ICE is what I'm saying. Something more professional, something more effective, something with actual, more universal jurisdiction than ICE that can actually execute policies like this. That can actually work with, have the authority to say that you have to work with them at a local level. That's why the law has to happen first. That's why you have to actually not lose the election for fucking Israel.
Amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts.
Holy
again,
fuck, did
3
you
times
really
the amount of injunctions than any other president
100 Kino
when it comes
Cartel
to illegal
t-shirts?
immigration, and he's trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level.
Honestly,
He's
Kafer,
using
if you
executive
can sell
orders to push
those,
that
like,
through, and
you
it's been
can keep
wildly
all the money,
successful.
big dog. Like,
Wildly
you have my
successful.
full...
There's 100
permission.
people in this.
You have to say that.
You have my full permission
Negative
to sell
migration.
Kino Cartel
That's one
merch.
success, but
I don't think there's even 100 people though, man.
That it's going to
Godspeed,
be where it needs
King.
to be. I think that he's
You know what? If
caved
you
on the mass
start a
deportations, and at the end of the
website,
day,
I will
as
post
much
a
as-
link on my
As
channel.
much as both of us
Make
would
a
like to
Redbubble.
see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that the
But if
bigger
they are,
issue,
the prices are going to go up, right?
I think
Like,
that you can
send
negate
me,
that
if you
by
start
not
a
getting into
legit
another war in
website,
the Middle
send it
East.
to me, or
A
whatever
war in
the
the Middle
fuck, a
East, are you kidding
Teespring
me?
or whatever, and
You
I
think that
will
that's the
shell
budget
it for
buster
you.
in comparison?
Absolutely. He's
in
asking
comparison
for
to entitlements?
$1.5 trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on our
Do you
debt.
know what our entitlements are? In comparison
Cut 'em
to
all.
military
But it would
spending?
catch on if
The whole
these-
point,
look,
when we're talking about
don't have to
entitlements,
get
the
into
number
it,
one
but-
spending, not military.
It
That's
could still
one.
catch on.
The second,
I do agree with Andrew here that the first thing we should cut is not the military. The thing is, Owen pwned him by saying, cut the entitlements. So this should not even be a dispute anymore.
Interest is about to take entitlements.
well, maybe, but the number one spending right now is entitlements is 3
Yes.
times higher than military spending.
And most of it is on boomers. It's Social Security that's going to fail in 2032. It was going to be 36 until they pass that thing giving it to federal workers. And then it's Medicare. That's the sort of stuff that's going to get cut first when the political shift happens. And it's going to be brutal.
Spending 3 times.
Honestly, the military just
Most
seems
of those
to be
entitlements are
more
coming in
efficient.
because
Like, the
of illegal
problem with the
immigration
military
and mass
spending is like corruption in the spending. Like, we could get so much more for so much less.
Yeah, it's corruption, but specifically the cause of that corruption is that after the Cold War, we had all these defense companies and we consolidated most of them into 3 big companies because we thought it was going to cut costs. Of course, it did the literal complete opposite because when you reduce competitors in the field, they can charge more and be less efficient because basically you have all your eggs in 3 baskets, right? right? And so as those defense industries, Northrop, Boeing, that kind of stuff, have been our only procurers for most of our most advanced defense apparatus, they have been able to be more inefficient. They've been able to charge $1 bazillion for gears and whatnot. And so it turned out that us doing that consolidation after the Cold War in the long term cost us significantly more. And we should have known that based off of basic economic principles. The reason why we didn't is because the dirty secret of the American economy is that it is structured more like the Soviet economy than we would like to admit. It's like a spoked wheel with the government in the center, where so much of our economy is reliant on these large government contracts and then subcontractors who have to follow all these gay social diversity rules. And so we thought that by reducing the contractors, we would reduce costs, but that's not actually how economics works.
You know this.
Did you see Trump relatively recently said that essentially he was going to start holding them accountable? Like, hey, listen, you he was like, listen, you can't bullshit me about production. Like, oh, you can only produce this much. Like, you better fucking fix it because we need the interceptors or whatever.
So the issue with that, that's definitely like the right idea, is to start using your leverage as the government being their sole contractor. The problem is that like the Soviets tried this too, and it ultimately doesn't work, because these big companies, as they're small, there's less of them and they have more influence, they can influence government so that any leverage that you assert is never permanent. Ultimately, what you need is like actual competition in the space. And we don't allow that because of that same level of lobbying. It's regulatory capture, essentially. It's the same reason why all the primary goods industries are there's only a few competitors, because essentially the big companies write their own regulations so that new people cannot enter the industry.
You're not going to be able to do this without a transitory period where prices go up.
It's been
when you see all of these jobs. First of all,
it's been longer than that. It's been 4 years, which is why his point doesn't make sense, Owen.
Real wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to
1.3%. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Are real wages up or down?
Debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
As down
Even
as they've
if they're
ever
not
been,
down, it's like your money is worth less.
These
because of Smokey was, where he can't pull out this random, really niche economic statistic out of his ass. Andrew just pretends like no point is being made. Like, this is so, for a guy who was speaking so much about the philosophy of knowledge earlier, like the debate meta shit. It's just so disingenuous.
They're as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up. Are you going to
tell? We never recovered from COVID. Like, everything increased.
I didn't say there's not room for improvement.
I mean, I would argue we never recovered from 2008. That's what I would say, really. But yeah, COVID is definitely the more recent one.
We're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if
some of the statistics about the economy since 2008 and how it's been hidden because of like low interest rates and stuff are fucking wild, especially around like industry. Like actual manufacturing jobs.
Wages were at net negative like they were under Biden. And that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And cost of living has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what? That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration and immigrants.
The conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was
he himself admitted, like, he's not getting, we've stopped the... Who cares?
Wow, look at that. Hold on. This might be the biggest L Andrew took. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, when they stand next to each other.
The way they shake hands. Look at that. Look at the shake. Look, he won't look at him. He won't look him in the eye. Look, Andrew, or Owen, looks him straight in the fucking eye.
Damn.
And then Andrew has to look away because he knows he lost.
That's
in
crazy.
Shame. This is like some like Germanic pagan king shit. Where like the
Dude, he looks like Kurt Russell with the hair.
Yeah, he does. Where like the authority is immediately established, the hierarchy is immediately clear.
Questions?
Yeah, he can't look at him. He can't look at him.
By the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
are you looking for something?
Dude, I know about the tease caper.
DebateCon 8 is bringing
you told me about him.
High level, no holds barred debates.
I kind of didn't think they were real, to be honest.
Total matchups with some of the sharpest.
All right, are any of these questions good, or can I go to my guys downstairs?
I don't know. At this point, I haven't watched any
all right,
of this,
whatever.
So
I think we've sufficiently ard Andrew Wilson.
Dude, right. Andrew Wilson, it's like he's a fucking joke. It's so crazy how big he's gotten.
I think the fall is going to be good. I think he's finally going to get into one of these debates, and it's going to be with someone he respects. Because he's so good at picking targets that he's able to just blow them off when he loses. One of these dates, like, here's what I want. I'm going to pitch this to you. If Andrew Wilson got into a debate with Jay Dyer, because he respects Jay Dyer, he dick sucks Jay Dyer. They get into a debate, and Jay Dyer susses out that this guy really isn't that smart, and his InfoWars brain kicks in, and he rapes Andrew Wilson, that will be the end of it. Because Andrew Wilson's ego will never recover. Quick? What?
Because the comments were really bad on this, like, in terms for Owen. Like, I don't think I saw a single comment that's, like, pro Andrew. They're like, oh, I like him, but he's retarded.
Andrew fell for it again. 0 deep state arrest. No evidence for pedophile. Yeah, these are all... Andrew sounds like an attorney.
We're not going to war on behalf of the Vatican, lol. That's a pro Owen comment.
Damn vagina take by Andrew was... You say Dyer won't debate him, and look, man, I agree that the way things stand right now, they won't. They're, like, very aligned. I'm just telling you, all it will take is one bad live stream where Dyer sees the blood. Because Dyer is very impulsive, especially when he's with, like, a fool. I've seen it happen.
Dyer's a fucking savage. Like, he's a killer.
Yes, I've seen it before. And if they're in the wrong debate, or wrong, not even debate, just live stream about the wrong topic, and he thinks, he sort of sees it that Andrew's retarded, he will jump on him, and it will spiral. And Andrew won't know what to do. Because he has never had to actually contend with someone that he, like, respected before, or was sucking up to. The closest was Ralph, and even then, he got destroyed then.
Newt in chat says, Mr. K, full power to the claw capacitator.
Andrew earned 7 grand. Yeah, these are all pro. Owen. All of them.
So yeah, I mean, this could be the first domino. We'll see, I suppose.
People are talking about it, yeah. A lot of people are talking about it. That's for sure.
But yeah, when I saw that, I was like, oh my God.
All right, I'm going to go get in the hot tub. There might be a stream. We'll see.
Okay, yeah.
We'll talk about the NFL draft for 2 hours again.
All right, take it easy.
Bye-bye. Keep it up on Templar. He's so close. He's so close, guys. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to the beginning of the stream again. There's a dog in him. It's been waiting to be let free. He just needs permission to let it free. And if he hosts either of those debates, oh my God, it's gonna be Keenan.